Olympics with the Bolsheviks, their enemies who vote for it. Open up the border, let the boats with the homeless in. Never trust a commie. Never trust a commie. Never trust a commie. Let's congratulate Mr. Mamdani. Never trust the communists. Never trust their promises. If you vote for it, you won't forget the consequence. Never trust the communists. Never trust their promises. If you vote for it, you won't forget the consequence. Cheers to the champagne socialists. No regret when they vote them in. So intense when they sow this in. Bodies on the floor, they don't notice them. None of you heard about the gulag. Stop for their food farms barred in the gulags. The train left the station with a choo-choo. Nothing worse than the smile when they shoot you. Never trust a commie. Never trust a commie. Never trust a commie. Let's congratulate Mr. Mamdani. Never trust the communists. Never trust their promises. If you vote for it, you won't forget the cons. Never trust the communists. Never trust their promises. If you vote for it, you won't forget the cons.
Well, hello, everybody. Welcome to Truth Warrior. Today is Tuesday, July 21st, 2016, 26, one of those. The dates are just flying by, aren't they? Can you believe it's already almost August of 2026? It's crazy. But anyways, welcome. Shout out to the gentleman who put that video together. And I've got it linked there for everybody. Go and follow him on X. And it was probably one of the hardest videos online right now. Simple, catchy beat, strong message. We're going to find out in today's show that it goes even deeper than just communism. We're talking about totalitarianism on a level that I've been getting into on the past shows. If you've been following this show, and shout out to everybody that has. Much appreciated. Welcome to anybody that might be new to this show. Strap yourselves in, get your popcorn ready. I told you to bring a nice warm drink and get cozy today because I have a lot of reading for you from a book that is absolutely essential. It's so essential. I'm going to be going through what I feel are its most important themes. And regardless of how much we're going to go into it today, can you believe there's even more in that book? I couldn't even fit into this thing. So we've got about 55 slides to get through today. But what I am going to reveal to you today is the roots of tyranny, the roots of totalitarianism, the roots of human evil. It's all part of a tapestry of information that you've really got to get your hands around. And that's what my job is, I feel, on this show. So this show is going to be both entry level for anybody new to this subject of studying all these different political ideologies and how they affect either positively or negatively your society. You're either new to this, or there's going to be also plenty of stuff for those of you who are seasoned researchers in this that may not have gone to this level. So I have asked the question are we living in the end of socialism? And socialism is just one of the key components. It's sort of like the delivery system for an ideology that we call collectivism, which is once again rooted in the psyche of every walking, living, breathing human being, from past to present, no doubt into the future. And so it's something that we need to tackle once again, given the situation that we find ourselves in. So I hope you guys are ready for that. Phenomenal video to open it up, getting into the history of Mao's Cultural Revolution. obviously off the back of some of the comments from the new Democratic Party in America, which is just blatantly Che Guevara, Mao Zedong level communism, Marxism. You've got guys like Hassan Piker out there just literally shaking like, one of Miley Cyrus's fans when she's signing an autograph as he receives an original copy of Mao's Little Red Book, like he's getting some holy scripture that was just dug up, like the Dead Sea Scrolls or something. It's absolutely incredible if you've seen the video. And then his apologetics saying, "Oh, I would never insult Mao Zedong. The man was an absolute living legend of a leader," and all of this kind of stuff. And so this is obviously taking fire right now. But regardless of one person's comments and beliefs about it, we have a whole generation of young people who've been raised under these collectivist ideals and have been taught that the ideals and the thinkers and the opposing beliefs that show a totally different framework for how our society could be more free, more prosperous, they're not being shown that. They're being taught only one side of the story. And so that's why podcasts like mine have to exist, even in a climate where our government is trying to use that exact same ideological framework and the arguments that were presented back in the old days of the Soviet Union that are being presented and rolled out yet again for the need to suppress free thinking, free speech, free inquiry, and to basically move more and more towards this totalism that we can all see, we can all feel, regardless of where you live. You can feel it, you can see it, and you can also feel and see the reaction to it. We're seeing that the average person now is starting to catch on to this. What's been going on? And so this show today, as dense as it's going to be, I hope it gives you lots of revelations, lots of eureka moments to connect dots of maybe pieces of information you've already been looking at, to try to figure out how did we get into this mess? How do we get out of it? Why do we have to keep reliving this? Why do we have to keep rolling these arguments out over and over again? And but we do, because there's new generations being churned out all the time. And when the main message that they have been receiving is coming from the people we are going to study intensely on a deep psychological level today, you're going to start to hopefully realize how this got to be where it is. And more importantly, the hope always is by staring into the abyss just a little bit, we can find some solutions as to how we can get out of it. By studying the problem, you can back engineer it and discover the solutions. And the good news for everybody listening right now is we don't have to reinvent anything. The work has already been done. We're literally going to be looking at a book that was written in the late 1800s. And I think that that is so crucial, because I don't know if it was C.S. Lewis that said something on this, or some other great thinker was talking about, I just heard someone recounting this quote, that it's important to look at stories and books from the past written by, people that have lived well before you, because otherwise you're only getting, if you're only reading modern literature and modern writers with this false belief that only in the modern are you going to find a more advanced analysis or more advanced theories or more advanced ideas, that this is actually totally incorrect and baseless. You should study the writers from the past, because the way they're going to look at things is going to be a totally different level, and it's going to add more context to the writers in our current time who are trying to warn us about very similar things. I've read many modern authors on the subjects we're going to get into, and they do fantastic work. But I must say, they're missing a level of penetrating depth of wisdom and insight and direct experience that the writers that we're going to be getting into today are not lacking. And that's why it's a benefit to go back into our past and study the people who've already lived through exactly what we're going through now. They've already heard all of the lame excuses and all of the so-called arguments that were pushed by their academics and those in their midst who adopted a collectivistic totalitarian model as the way forward. We've already been there and done that. And so I say, study the minds, study the warriors who stood on the battlefields and already fought this pestilence well and truly. And that's where we can gain some insight that has been missing, as far as I'm concerned, in the modern academics, the modern podcast, the modern disseminators of this information. So we're going to get to a level here, and I'm going to quickly go to my first slide. We're looking today at the work of none other than the great Gustave Le Bon. We've spoken about his work on studying crowd psychology. I found that super valuable when we were going through the pandemic and I was going through Cult of the Medics and trying to get into the whole depth of mass formation psychosis, which again was a term that was coined by a modern academic who did a great job kind of revitalizing the idea. And even I was grateful that he even cited Gustave Le Bon in his work. But Gustave Le Bon was one of the pioneers, a sociologist. He was a leading French polymath, actually, whose areas of interest included anthropology, psychology, sociology, medicine, invention, and physics. There were a lot of polymaths back in that era. He's best known for his 1895 work, The Crowd, A Study of the Popular Mind, which is absolutely crucial for understanding how mass formation takes place, how cult indoctrination takes place, and how political ideologies that are absolutely in complete opposition to your best interests of life, freedom, thriving, right? You need the works of these people on your library. And so we've spoken about his book on the crowd, but a lot of people didn't know, and I didn't know, that he wrote, I think, an even better book called The Psychology of Socialism. And holy smokes, we're going to get into it and I'll share the background. Well, we don't want to go there. So, I know where I did this. Here, let's just bring this back. I know where I did this. Here, this is it. This is the bold statement that I made advertising this show. I said, this week on my show, I will be crushing socialism and collectivism to dust. I will expose both the deep individual psychology and why this dogma is so alluring to so many frightened minds and what really motivates the directing classes behind it all. Nothing will survive this. So pretty bold claim, showing a little bit of bravado. I'll let you guys decide if I achieve this mission today. And of course, we're going to get into the slide talking about the directing classes, which is, I'm going to save it. We're not going to do it yet. It's a good punchline for later. But in my past shows, if you've been following, we've been doing a deep study into all the possible nooks and crannies of this argument, right? We've looked at, I've done shows defining fascism, defining collectivism, defining communism, defining socialism, looking at the elite's concern with these ideologies, the occult level of this, the secret societies, the French Revolution, the history of how this story that we're told by the modern, a very superficial story, disjointed and not as connected as it should be. When you go to, say, writers from 100 years ago, it's a totally different context that they're coming from. And they also directly experienced that time. And so you're going to get a whole different analysis. And I think that's where we're going to find the value. Now, before we get into the slides, I just want to give a little, there's a 90-second intro that I'm going to do here from Hannah Arden, who wrote a book on totalitarianism. So she spoke about it very much in general, right? And even though you're going to hear me talk about these different flavors of what we call collectivism, or I just call totalism, the ideology of gaining total control over the individual action in your society, total control of the means of production, total control of the economy, total control of the government with a singular party idea, kind of like a North Korea setup, basically creating a cult out of your country, out of your nation. Mass formation being the shining light of this ideology. Collectivism, ruled by the mob under the direction of a centrally controlled power system that has been tried in many different variations, but nonetheless is the same poison at the end of the day. And we got to start asking ourselves whether we're looking at the study of fascism or Nazism or socialism of the various varieties. And there's all these different debates about what type would be the best one to get into, or crony capitalism, right? Which is just, we in the past show, I did a thorough debunking of the way that the modern Marxist critiques capitalism is really a self-critique. So if you want to hear that argument, go to the previous show that I just posted. By the way, you can also, if you're not into just sitting here and watching the video, if you just like to listen while you're driving or you're at work or you're gardening or whatever, you can also find me on Spotify, iTunes. If you're on Substack, there's a podcast function if you just want to listen, use less data. And by the way, also, I'm not going to be doing any ads in my shows. I'm an advertisement for my own work. I do these shows for free because I want to educate people and help in this fight. But if you would like to support my show, the best way is to go and follow me on Substack. I've got plenty of good goodies over there, great research digs and unique angles on various subjects that we dive into exclusively for those of you that support the show in that way. If you can't support in that regard, no worries. Do me a solid, give me a comment, and share this out and tell your friends to do the same. These are the ways to help the show, and that will conclude the advertising portion of this one. So let's dig into it. So let's hear a general sketch of an element that I want to really get into to start off here that Hannah Arden is going to highlight that just takes it a little bit deeper than the average analysis on totalitarianism. So let's hear what she has to say, and then we'll come right back.
Now to the thing itself. And I want to be careful because it was genuinely new. Ordinary tyranny wants your obedience. It silences you, it frightens you, but it leaves your inner world more or less intact. You may think what you like, so long as you keep quiet. Total domination wants more than that. It wants the inside. It runs on two engines: terror, which isolates every person until no one will act with anyone else, and an ideology, a single idea that claims to explain all of history, past and future, with airtight logic, so that no fact can ever contradict it. And here is the most important sentence I can give you. The ideal subject of such a regime is not the fanatic, not the true believer who burns with conviction. It is the person for whom the difference between fact and fiction, between true and false, has simply stopped existing. The one who no longer trusts what they saw with their own eyes over what they have been told. Once enough people reach that state, anything becomes possible, because there is no longer any solid ground from which to say that is a lie. You do not have to make people believe the lie. You only have to wear them down until they no longer believe anything at all. Exhaustion, not conviction, is the goal.
She was supposed to finish with exhaustion, not conviction, is the goal. And what a statement. What a statement. Think about that. Think about what we've been watching and experiencing to various levels. And again, I'm just thinking about depending on where you live. Like this sort of agenda is being applied slightly differently in different areas, but trust me, it's the same thing, and it's the same types of people doing it. These ruiners, these destroyers, these destructive forces that are coming in under the guise of being a sheep. But we've learned in the last show, getting into the Fabian socialists, the idea of no, it's wolf in sheep's clothing, pretending to be the virtuous ones, pretending to be the do-gooders, pretending to be the ones that are saving the world from this or that. Yet they are the most destructive force, have always been the most destructive force, and will continue to be so until it's exposed for the person who might not be able to see past that first little hook and that first little lie that covers up the reality of what we're dealing with here. And today, the masks are off. The sheep's clothing is going to be ripped off, and the teeth of that wolf are going to be shown bare, and it will be undeniable. I can promise you that. I'm very passionate about this because the way this happened, let me tell you the way this happened, we'll get right into the slides. And by the way, I'm seeing people jump in, say hello in the chat. Welcome, welcome. So good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. This is an important one. I was away for a little camping trip with my family over the past few days, just taking a break, went up to a beautiful place. It was a Sasquatch area. So it was like Sasquatch Lake, and it was all the stuff about Bigfoot. And so we were having some fun out there, seeing the sights. Just gorgeous. We got rained out at the campground we were at, but so we didn't get to do all the fun beach stuff and all that. So we were pretty much just hanging out at the campsite and playing and hanging. And in the meantime, I got plenty of time to catch up on some reading. And so I had been going on and off with this book that we're going to get into today, but I finished reading it. I couldn't put it down. And I was also reading a few other books at the same time. I tend to do that. I like to kind of look at a variety of things all at the same time just to get a slightly different perspective on it. And man, I just had so many eureka moments because there's like when you understand something, you have a basic understanding of a subject or an idea or a theory, and you think you know it. This happens to me so much. You think, okay, I've got that grasp now, right? And then you read somebody of this caliber. And it is interesting that they have a different writing style. You're going to see in the writing, we're talking a different time, okay? Total like 100+ years ago is where we're going back in a time machine, okay? And sometimes the way something is written is what determines whether it really breaks through a wall that you had or an area of misunderstanding that you had or whatever. It's the way it comes across. And it's just, for me, I just had a lot of mind explosions. And so I just couldn't wait to share them with you. That's what we're doing today. That's why there's so much, because there's points that are going to be made that I'm sorry, you can't turn them into talking points. I can't just do this in a 60-second TikTok video. I can't just do this with everybody's fast food. Give me more, quick, quick, quick. You're going to have to take some time. If you really want to understand this, that's why I believe in long form content without constant interruptions. I don't want to be interrupting your thought pattern. I want you to hear it. I want you to think about it. I'm going to be adding my own personal anecdotes, my own personal spin. Don't even worry about that. If you get anything from this, just hear the warning, hear the analysis, and then all you got to do is look around you. Look around you. Hear the arguments that are being made. Listen to what your politicians, what your media, what your schoolmasters, all these different areas that I believe have been fully and truly captured now by ideologues to this ideology that we're going to be absolutely destroying today. They're everywhere. And there's a reason why. And I think we're looking at something way bigger than just a difference of political opinion here. We're looking at something that gets into the roots and the deep caverns, the places that few dare to tread of human consciousness. That's where we're getting to. We're getting to the dark side, the shadow realm, the festering basement full of the things that we would rather not acknowledge. This is where we need to go if we're going to get to the bottom of this, as to why this keeps happening, why it's being pumped out, why it's got so many adherents. And then we're also going to look at it in a way that maybe you might not be expecting as we get through it. But there are many revelations that I had. And look, we got the base gardener here. Howdy, what's up? We've got lots of good people in the house. Guys, I'm here for you. I prepared this for you. I'm putting this out here for you. Help me get it out even farther. Men, women, children, we all need to understand what's up with this. The dangers that we think are what are overtaking our culture and our civilization right now are not what a lot of the political commenters are aware of. It goes way deeper. And I do find it quite ironic that I've had to really roll out the case between individualism as a philosophy and collectivism as a philosophy. I've had to go back to that, as have many, in order to explain these things. And that in the end, I said this in the last show, regardless of what you believe about these ideologies we're going to be exposing ruthlessly, you are the individual mind that gets to make up your mind and decide where you sit in the end. And isn't it wonderful that you have the freedom right now to do that? Isn't that a wonderful thing? That you have the freedom to disagree with something I'm going to say, or that Gustave Le Bon is going to say, or you have the freedom to agree with it, or even partially agree with it, or even sit with it and maybe take some time and then look at some other thinkers that have different opinions and listen to them. Isn't it wonderful that you live in a place on earth where that's even allowed to happen? Start with that. Keep that thought in your head as you go through this, because without the principles, as much as the principles of freedom have been muddled and twisted and used and warped by its enemies, enough of them got in to allow for this to even be happening right now. And we should be grateful for that. We should be grateful for that. And we should be grateful that people like this took pen to paper in their time to document it at this level. We're not just talking about a guy scribbling some last minute notes on the top of some hill where he's having a campfire or something. We're talking about somebody that studiously went in and studied in multiple languages. This book had to be translated from French. What did I got? I'll give you the exact specifics. The Psychology of Socialism, Psychologie de Socialism, is an edition from 1896 and was translated in 1896 into English. So we're going to a very special time, much closer to the French Revolution and the Russian Bolshevik Revolution, much closer to that time. And I feel like that kind of analysis is nothing but valuable. So here we go. Let's dive in. So we are starting. We've introduced you to the author, Gustave Le Bon. Go check him out. Obviously, take his writings also in context of the time he's coming from. But here is the opening remarks to set the stage for where we're going. Okay, we're studying the origin of beliefs and ideas. This is incredible. This is what I look up to. This is what my show is centered on. How are these beliefs born, and how do they develop? This is the question we're trying to get into here. We have already treated this manner in a summary fashion in the psychology of peoples, or the psychology of the crowd. It may be useful to return to the question. Socialism is a faith far more than a doctrine. Only by making ourselves perfectly familiar with the mechanism of the genesis of beliefs can we perceive what a part socialism may perhaps be called upon to play. Man cannot change of his own will the sentiments and beliefs which dominate him. Behind the vain struggles of the individual lurk always the influences of atavism, meaning a deeper process. I got a better definition to get into that for you. These are they that give to the crowd that narrow conservatism which their momentary revolts obscure. The thing that men are least able to support is a thing they never do support for long: change in their hereditary thoughts and habits. So he's just speaking about all these different forces that are asking human beings to change and adapt over time. Some of them are natural. Some of them are imposed and then become natural through social conditioning. He believed that some of these are hereditary. They go back into the race memory, right? Imagine all the traumas and the triumphs of every race, every, group of human beings on the planet. And we'll put group in quotes, that there's a history, there's an atavistic memory that exists in human beings about our experience directly with nature, the consequences of nature, the consequences of our own nature. We've been up against this grinding force since the first year of humanity, okay? And so changing ideas to actually improve your living condition, improve the trajectory of where your society is headed is a struggle of itself. And it is in this place that the battle is being waged. It is not just on some political stage. And that's where I want to really make sure we understand that. So he goes on more. He says, the class of laborers is the class that socialism can most surely count on. Firstly, because it is the least intelligent. And secondly, because it is the least happy and is inevitably enamored of all the doctrines that promise to better its condition. It will never take the initiative in a revolution, but it will follow all revolutions with docility. So he's speaking about the sort of lower middle class, the working class, and we'll get to another comment he makes where the working class actually does tend towards a more freedom-based conservatism. And I know there's a diversity of ways we can define that, but just think of what he's speaking, right? The contradiction to collectivism, right? That there is that as well, but there is this function of that class of working class people that they're obviously wanting to get above their station, and they see others getting above the station that they're at, and they're like crabs in the bucket intuitively and go, hey, why do you get all the nice stuff? Why aren't you working the mines, right? So what we're looking at here is we're not indicting this feeling right out of the gate. We're just trying to say there is something worth exploiting for the predators, the wolves in sheep's clothing. And they know this. So when you're reading Gustave Le Bon, you're also knowing that these elites have also read Gustave Le Bon, okay? Because they needed the manual in order to make their prophecy come true, in order to make their recipe a success, right? So they accept with docility. And look around, everybody's complaining. Why is everybody falling asleep? Why don't people wake up? Why don't they see what's going on with the government? Well, it's because of this. This is the blockage. So that's one factor. Factor number two, we're going to get into the directing classes. This is a little quote from the book, and we're going to get into the full quote later on. But just to give you a little teaser of where we're heading, the directing classes play a role here. A fact that largely aids the progress of socialism, writes M.D. Leflay, is its gradual invasion of the upper and educated classes. So this is where we're starting to hit penetrating the cabinets level, secret society level, right? The bellies of where these revolutionary ideologies were fomented before they became public square information, before they became public ideologies. We got to get into that. And I've done plenty on that in the past. Again, once you go check out that library at Substack, go look up something called The Occult Conspiracy, chapters 1 and 2, and get back to me. It's a good one. All right, I'm just going to pull my camera off this one so I can read it properly. The various aspects of socialism. This brief presentment already allows us to foresee that socialism offers to the view different facets, which we must examine in succession. So look at the level we're getting. We're getting a magnifying glass to go into this, my friends. We must investigate socialism as a political conception, as an economic conception, as a philosophic conception, and as a belief. Have we ever been taught to look at things from those different angles, or do we usually just go with one angle only and then just stay there? Well, not today. We're doing all of it. We must also consider the inevitable conflict between these various concepts and the social realities. That is, between the yet abstract idea and the inexorable laws of nature, which the cunning of man cannot change. This will be where we're getting into this natural law argument, right? And to see who the real adversary of these collectivists and totalists are. Their adversary is nature. Their adversary is the lot which they have been given in life. Their adversary is God, or, the order of the universe that they feel is just unfair. But no matter all their whining, their attempts to force that change has only left destruction in its wake. He continues, the economic side of socialism is that which best lends itself to analysis. We find ourselves in the presence of very clearly defined problems. How is wealth to be produced and divided? What are the respective roles of labor, capital, and intelligence? What is the influence of economic facts, and to what extent can they be adapted to the requirements of social evolution? So this is where the journey kicks off. These are the questions that are attempted to be answered by people from all sides of the political arena. Where they end up with their answers is where some of these issues start to arise, though. If we consider socialism as a belief, he says, if we inquire into the moral impression which it produces, the conviction and the devotion which it inspires, the point of view is very different, and the aspect of the problem is entirely changed. We now no longer have to occupy ourselves with the theoretic value of socialism as a doctrine, nor with the economic impossibilities with which it may clash. We have only to consider the new faith in its genesis. I like he calls it a new faith because it is very cult-like. Its moral progress and its possible psychological consequences. Then only does the fatuity of discussion with its defenders become apparent. This is another thing you're going to catch on to, that it's absolutely fatuitous, meaning hopeless, to be arguing with the defenders because of the psychological motivations. Okay? So stay tuned on that. If the economists marvel that demonstrations based on impeccable evidence have absolutely no influence over those who hear and understand them, he means the Ludwig von Mises, the Hayek, the counter arguments that have evidence to say, look, the calculation's off. It's just not going to work out no matter how much you think it's the best. It's a calculation problem. It's an incentive problem. They've gone through this ad nauseum. But he's saying, well, we have to now analyze it as a faith then, because the facts of reality are not swaying the adherents no matter where in the world and no matter what time frame we're looking at. So if the economists they're marveling that demonstrations of evidence based on impeccable evidence have absolutely no influence over those who hear and understand them, we have only to refer them to the history of all dogmas and to the study of the psychology of crowds. Those two things, my friends, those two things. You study, this is what we've done on this show, haven't we? We've studied the history of cults, the history of ideologies, the history of dogmas, the history of religion. We do comparative religion and mythology analysis on this show. This is also what we've labored to do since 2016 on the Unslaved podcast, which would be the advanced. This is more entry level, right, here on Truth Warrior. But do you want the advanced class of all of this? Talk about analyzing dogmas and analyzing ideas and comparing side by side. There is no better place than Unslaved for that kind of analysis. But just those two things. If you study the crowd psychology, the history of crowds, and you study this layer, the history of dogmas, you're going to get so much insight into this whole this political debate we're having. It's mind-numbing, but it's healthy. So he continues here. We have not triumphed over a doctrine when we have shown its chimerical nature. Did you hear that? We haven't triumphed. You could show with all the evidence, still haven't triumphed. And this is the question of the book. He's like, why haven't we triumphed over this? Why? Why does humanity cling to it? Why does the argument keep working? We do not attack dreams with argument. Nothing but recurring experience can show that they are dreams. In order to comprehend the force of socialism, it must be considered above all as a belief. And we then discover it to be founded on a very secure psychological basis. It matters very little to its immediate success that it may be contrary to social and economic necessities. The history of all beliefs, and especially of religious beliefs, sufficiently proves that their success has most often been entirely independent of the proportion of truth that they might contain. You see how profound this is? Hey, this is a big study, all right. This study isn't even just about the social political debate. It's about human nature. It's about the history of humanity. And when you're there, then when you do that study, you're not going to be confused about what's going on right now, my friends. You're not. I'm here to help end confusion. Gustav Le Bon and these writers wrote their books to try to end the confusion, especially when you realize that confusion is the number one, as we were getting into Hannah Arendt there, confusion and demoralization is the number one weapon of the enemies of freedom and the enemies of truth and the enemies of reality and natural law. They must operate like that because the basis is in living in a delusion. You see the issue? That's why we can't just get rid of it. And that's why when you study how that exact thing I just described, that exact tendency in the human mind to drift that way, when you drift away from the truth, now you're drifting into all kinds of places that look appealing, but they're destructive, right? So study the crowd, study dogmas that the crowd chomps down like Kool-Aid and loves it. Even if it's destructive, even if it's laced with cyanide, they'll still chomp it down. That's why we did Heaven's Gate, Jim Jones, all these cults in my Cults of Death and Power series, which I've got video presentations of that and also article versions if you prefer to read. You can get into that research there. Goes very well with this one today. But I just thought, wow, what an epic statement. The history of all beliefs, and especially of religious beliefs, including these political beliefs, sufficiently proves that their success has most often been entirely independent of the proportion of truth that they might contain. Now, why would that be? You would think human beings, living beings, would value the truth over dogma simply because the truth connects directly with survival. If you are not operating in truth and in accordance with natural law, you won't survive. So what is it in the human mind that just spits at that so easily? Just, no, I don't want that. I don't want the truth. I don't want reality. There's too many consequences, too much personal responsibility in there. Pipe dreams and dogmas. Bring the priests, bring the autocrats, bring the theocrats, collectivism. Come on. That's the only way to confront this vicious reality that punishes us for every mistake, right? So you've got to study their ideology. Let's continue. There's so much more. The origin of, and by the way, that was just a little summary of that chapter. Every chapter, I feel like I wish I could just sit here and read the entire book to you. So I had to laboriously go through, try to pick what are the gems. You're going to have to read the book yourself, but let's move on here. The origin of socialism and the cause of its present development. So remember, its present development, he's writing this in the 1890s. You might as well have written it today. So here we go. Let's get into the history of it. You got to know the history of a thing, don't you? The antiquity of socialism. This is what a lot of people weren't expecting. They think socialism was invented by Karl Marx. Wow, I used to think that until I went down this rabbit hole. It's been with us since the beginning, my friends. He says this: socialism has not made its first appearance in the world today. To use an expression dear to ancient historians, we may say that its origins are lost in the night of time. For its prime cause is the inequality of conditions. And this inequality was the law of the ancient world, as it is that of the modern. Unless some all-powerful deity takes it upon himself to refashion the nature of man, this inequality is undoubtedly destined to subsist until the final sterilization of our planet. It would seem that the struggle between rich and poor must be eternal. So he's basically like, we would have to have the gods come down and completely refashion human beings to change that status. But that fact is just lost on the minds of these people who think, no, we'll get the ring of power and we'll use it to fashion man as we see fit into this moral entity that we have created as what the moral is. Without hearkening back to primitive communism, a form of inferior development from which all societies have sprung. He's talking about the tribalism, right? We may say that antiquity has experimented with all the forms of socialism that are proposed to us today. This is so important, guys. We've already done the experiment. We've done the experiment in the 20th century alone. That was enough for me. 20th century, same ideology with different variants tried in all kinds of different areas on the planet with different cultures and backgrounds and races, and we still get to the same shit sandwich at the end. I'm already out. But if it's not enough for you, let's go back into antiquity and remember this. He said this: Greece notably put them all into practice and ended by dying of her dangerous experiments. So we'll go back to ancient Greece. They tried it all. Every possible variation, they tried it. The collectivist doctrines were exposed long ago in the Republic of Plato. Aristotle contests them. And as M. Gurian remarks, reviewing their writings in his book on landed property among the Greeks, says, all the contemporary doctrines are represented here, from Christian socialism to the most advanced collectivism. He's speaking about ancient Greece. Of course, also in ancient Greece was the birth of a lot of these ancient occult orders, by the way. So, interesting. These doctrines were many times put into practice. All the political revolutions in Greece were at the same time social revolutions, or revolutions with the object of changing the inequalities of conditions by despoiling the rich and oppressing the aristocracy. They often succeeded, but their triumph was always ephemeral. The final result was the Hellenistic decadence and the loss of national independence. The socialists of those days agreed no better than the socialists of these, or at least agreed only to destroy until Rome put an end to their perpetual dissensions by reducing Greece to servitude. So Rome had to come in and go, okay, enough with the woke bullshit. You guys are becoming a problem. We're strapping the place down now. Here's the issue, though. The Romans themselves did not escape from the attempts of the socialists. They suffered the experimental agrarian socialism of the Gracchi, which limited the territorial property of each citizen, distributed the surplus among the poor, and obliged the state to nourish necessitous citizens. Thence resulted the struggles which gave rise to Marius, Cilia, the civil wars, and finally to the ruin of the Republic and the domination of the emperors. So you trade one evil for another. The Jews were also familiar with the demands of the socialists. The imprecations of their prophets, the true anarchists of their times, were above all imprecations against riches. And Jesus, the most illustrious of them, and of course, he's speaking about, don't forget when you're reading some of these writers, they're very familiar with the historical timelines, I believe, of some of the scholars we talked to about this, people like Ralph Ellis and many others. They're very aware that there are multiple characters, historical characters, that are being muddled up into one in what we ended up getting given to us afterwards as our religions, right? But there are many characters, there are many people who were trying to overthrow the state and basically start and kick off some of these revolutions. So he's saying this carried over into the traditions. Jesus, the most illustrious of them, asserted the right of the poor before everything. His maledictions and menaces are addressed only to the rich. The kingdom of God is reserved for the poor alone. It is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter into the kingdom of God. This was a pickup of a sentiment that was fostered at the time in the Jewish revolt. During the first 2 or 3 centuries of our era, the Christian religion was the socialism of the poor, the disinherited, and the discontented. And like modern socialism, it was the perpetual conflict with the established institution. It was in perpetual conflict with the established institutions. Nevertheless, Christian socialism ended by triumphing. It was the first time that the socialistic ideas obtained a lasting success. So a particular sect within Christianity, within Judaism, went with this collectivistic ideology, rewrote the system, and came out and actually won that. And there's been a battle going on with the Roman Church and everything else ever since, right? You can get into Michael Tessarian's article called The Red Papacy for more on that history of how those cabinets were penetrated once upon a time. But although it possessed one immense advantage, that of promising happiness only for a future life, and therefore of certainty that it could never see its promises disproved, Christian socialism could maintain itself only by renouncing its principles after victory. It was obliged to lean on the rich and powerful, and so to become the defender of the fortune and property it had formerly cursed. So it formerly kind of birthed out of this socialistic cursing of anybody that has anything above everybody else's station, right? Rather than forced equality. And it actually had to turn back around and do a reformation, which a lot of other traditions didn't. So like all triumphant revolutionaries, it became conservative in its turn. And the social ideal of Catholic Rome was not very far removed from that of imperial Rome. Once more had the poor to content themselves with resignation, labor, and obedience, with a prospect of heaven if they were quiet, and a threat of hell and the devil if they were harassed their masters. What a marvelous story is this of the 2,000 years dream, when our descendants, freed from the heritage that oppress our thoughts, are able to consider it from a purely philosophic point of view. They will never tire of admiring the formidable might of this gigantic Minerva by which our civilizations are still propped up. How thin do the most brilliant systems of philosophy show before the genesis and growth of this belief, so puerile from a rational point of view, and yet so powerful. Its enduring empire shows us well to what extent it is the unreal that governs the world, the unreal, and not the real. The founders of religion have created nothing but hopes, yet they are their works that have lasted the longest. What socialist outlook can ever equal the paradise of Jesus and Muhammad? How miserable in comparison are the perspectives of earthly happiness that the apostle of socialism promise us today. They seem very ancient, all these historical events, which take us back to the Greeks, the Romans, and the Jews. But in reality, they are always young, for always they betray the laws of human nature, that human nature that as yet the course of ages has not changed. Humanity has aged much since then, but she always pursues the same dreams and suffers the same experiences without learning anything from them. Let anyone read the declarations, full of hope and enthusiasm, issued by our socialists of 50 years ago, at the moment of the revolution of 1848, of which they were the most valiant partisans. The new age was born, and thanks to them, the face of the world was about to be changed. Thanks to them, their country sank into despotism, and a few years later, into a formidable war and invasion. Scarcely half a century has passed since this phase of socialism, and already forgetful of this latest lesson, we are preparing ourselves to repeat the same round. We'll come back to this in a sec here. Couple things on that whole passage. What's happening right now, and what I'm trying to do with this, is do an inward critique of where things went wrong. We're doing a study of ideas here and the origin of beliefs. And we have to police our own institutions, our own belief systems, if we're going to understand what's going on. Because right now we've got a lot of people coming in from other places that are all too happy, and other beliefs and other religions, who are all too happy to come in and lecture us about our issues and foibles and failures. All right, obviously leaving theirs aside, right? It's always a one-way point. And the only way to get around that is to actually do the critique yourself and realize where the poison crept in, to basically create an instinctive acceptance in our culture of these collectivistic and totalitarian ideas. It came from some very, very obvious sources for me, but maybe not so many for others. It came from our priesthoods. It came from our autocracies, our elites. It came from the directing classes downwards. But it was met with the resentment of reality, the resentment of the natural order, the resentment of human nature that is felt by everybody. And that's where the marriage, the unholy marriage, took place and left the soil ripe for the implanting of the even more barbaric forms of this, to the point where now the average kid coming out of school in a Western country is just literally spouting it chapter and verse. They are blinded with the light. They are an adherent. They have been recruited into the cult. There is no turning back. Well, there is a turning back. I mean, that's why we had people that were in there trying to, show them this kind of information and say, hey, you got to hear the whole, you got to see the whole story. You got to investigate the origin of ideas. You got to get to the base and understand where the flaws are. Teach them some critical thinking and whatnot, right? But if we can't admit that our churches got hit first, that we had a very cunning priesthood that came in and altered once rich traditions that were there to actually guard against this. Do you know that our religions were supposed to guard against this? What happened? Well, nobody reads these people. Nobody reads the inner critiques. Nobody reads the people like Alvin Boyd Kuhn and many of these other, Gerald Massey and many of these other people that were trying to say, look, there's a tradition worth preserving in our religions 100%. It's not teaching collectivism, though. I don't know why everybody went down on that. Well, we know now why they bit down on that, because it's convenient to bite down on that. And then that gets instantiated into the culture over time, over generations. It becomes repeated mantra: monkey see, monkey do, 100 monkey. We never reinvestigate it. And then we wonder why we're so vulnerable to the attacks that we're seeing right now, why there's so little reaction to absolute in-your-face assaults from the enemies of our ideals in our societies, in our cultures. What I'm trying to say is that the attack didn't just come from the outside. It came from within our own gates. There's this whole Odyssey movie coming out right now talking about the Trojan horse. Like, it's all there in our myths, all these stories. So I'm not going to go into a tangent. I've already done a lot of this on the whole comparative religion element and where that got wrong and how that got infiltrated, who did it specifically, when they did it, and why they did it. But Laban, when I'm reading that, he noticed it. He saw it and he went, hey, we got to look into this. So, and then the other thing is just how, what he's mentioning there is just how, I just want to recap this quickly. He's talking at the damage that was done in the wake of these ideas, starting in the cultural machine, starting in the religion, in the culture, in the pulpits, in the comedy houses, in the speaking, you know, like everywhere. The culture became saturated with this idea and it caught fire and it never went away. And then that fire re-scripted all of our traditions. Look what they're rewriting movies now. They're changing history. What I'm trying to show you here is this started well back. And that's the only way we're going to be able to see it and get rid of it today, is to accept that and to see how that works. But let's go further here. He goes, but so long as we keep within the frontiers of dreamland, because this was another thing he's bringing up, is that we selected ideologies that were so focused on afterlife and outside of this world. We grasped onto that because something about this world itself just didn't sit right. And I think it has to do with this thing we're going to be exposing this entire show about man's uncomfortable feeling with his status in the world and the circumstances that weigh heavily upon him. But that we selected dreamland over reality. And then we're shocked when reality started turning into hell. This is the hell that was spoken of in the original. It's not in some other dimension. It exists here and now as a product of bad choices and bad ideas that lead to choices that end up having bad results. So when you're living in the bad results, you got to go to the premise of what led to those bad results. But who wants to do that? Nobody. And here we are. So long as we keep within the frontiers of dreamland, it is easy to promise all. Easy, like the Prometheus, to make blind hopes inhabit mortal souls. So man will change to adapt himself to the new society created by the socialists. The differences that divide individual from individual will disappear, and we shall have only the average type, so well described by mathematician Bertrand, quote, without passions or vices, neither mad nor wise, with average ideas, average opinions, he will die at an average age of an average malady invented by the statisticians. They want you average. They want you leveled. They want you to be a fraction of what you truly are. And they need a host of dreamland dogmas to persuade you of that, to give up the full power and magnitude of who you are as a human being and what your potential is. They want you to sacrifice that on their altars. Be it as it may, the anarchists and the collectivists are the only sects possessing any influence today. The collectivists imagine their theories were created by the German Karl Marx. As a matter of fact, we find them in detail in the writers of antiquity, as we've already covered. Without going back so far, we may remark with Tocqueville, who wrote more than 50 years ago that all the socialist theories are exposed at length in the Code de la Nature, published by Morley in 1755. So it's so old it's new. You will there find, together with all the doctrines asserting the omnipotence of the state and its unlimited rights, several of the political theories by which France has been most frightened of late, and whose birth we flatter ourselves to have witnessed. So we're kind of going back to the era of the French Revolution. The community of goods, the right to work, absolute equality, uniformity in everything, mechanical regularity in all the movements of the individual, regulated tyranny, and the complete absorption of the personality of the citizen into the body of society. In this society, nothing will belong to any person as his personal property, says Article 1 of the Code. Every citizen will be fed, maintained, and occupied at the expense of the public, says Article 2. All products will be amassed in the public magazines, thence to be distributed to all citizens and to supply their vital need. At 5 years of age, every child will be taken from his family and educated in common at the expense of the state in a uniform manner, etc. This is the vision. This is collectivism. If you needed a definition, that's what it is. Total control and submission of the individual to the crowd, ruled by a central ring of power authority. So here we go now, getting deeper. This is just warm up right now. The fundamental principles of the socialist theories. To investigate the political and social concepts of the theorists of socialism would be a proceeding of very little interest, if by so doing we did not often arrive at those conceptions which are in sympathy with the spirit of a period, and for this reason produce a certain impression on the general mind. So he's just explaining why we got to go back and look at all of the theories, understand the mind of what we're studying here. If, as I have so often maintained, and as I propose to show once more, the institutions of a people are the consequences of its inherited mental organization, and not the product of the philosophical theories created on every hand, the small importance of utopias and speculative constitutions can readily be conceived. But that which the philosophers and orators affect in their imagining is nothing other than to invest with a tangible form the unconscious aspirations of their time and race. The few writers who have really influenced the world by their books, such as Adam Smith in England and Rousseau in France, have merely condensed into clear and intelligible form the ideas which were already spreading on every hand. And this is crucial to understand, guys. They did not create what they expressed. Only the remoteness of their time can delude us on this point. He's making a very important point. These writers that everybody likes to go after are really just encapsulating the ideas of the day. You have the Rousseau on one side, one of the foundational thinkers for socialism, back to the tribes, right? Rejection of civilization. And then you have Adam Smith, totally opposite, arguing for individual liberty. And they weren't the only ones. It's like people think they thought it up. Well, no, they just were the ones that wrote down and really concisely expressed the ideals of the time. He's also going back to the fact that, again, we're hearkening back to this atavistic element within the people of the society, the memory. That's why you have this sort of common knowledge. That's what that is. So they're just kind of analyzing that. He continues, if we limit the diverse concepts of the socialists to the fundamental principles on which they repose the investigation, or under which they repose, the investigation will be very brief. So if we just kind of limit the study to get to the concepts and the principles, will be very brief. However, the modern theories of social organization, under all their apparent diversity, lead back to two different and opposing fundamental principles: individualism and collectivism. So I was very happy to see that. A lot of people think that whole individualism versus collectivism was defined later by, thinkers like Ayn Rand and all these other guys, but it wasn't. This is going well back. And here we find it in the 1800s. So by individualism, man is abandoned to himself. His initiative is carried to a maximum, and that of the state to a minimum. So again, he's highlighting how we've got a philosophy behind the individual and a philosophy behind the collective. Then we also have, what is the political application of those philosophies? That's what this is really all about. It's nice to have theories. It's nice to notice, yes, human beings possess both an individual capacity and a community, collective capacity. Okay. But when we move out of the realm of just thought about that and move into, well, what are we going to practically build into our legal framework, our political framework, our financial institutions, our education, and our media. How are we going to build this in? Are we going to go one way? Are we going to build it like this, right? And now we have to really dial down into what is meant by individualism and collectivism. So he's going to define it using his own concepts here. So by individualism, man is abandoned to himself. His initiative is carried to a maximum, meaning your incentive to work and produce and find the full magnitude of your potential and then create from that place. And then that creation positively benefits your society. That's the basis of it. Or, and then you have the state as the minimum force, trying to force and manage and micromanage the individual in that pursuit. Or collectivism. A man's least actions are directed by the state. That is to say, by the aggregate, because the state just represents the crowd, okay? The individual possesses no initiative under collectivism. All the acts of his life are mapped out. The two principles have always been more or less in conflict, and the development of modern civilization has rendered this conflict more keen than ever. Neither has any intrinsic or absolute value of itself, but each must be judged according to the time and above all the race in which it manifests itself. And this we shall see in the course of this book. So he's going to be getting very specific as to how this was all created. So, individualism. He says this about individualism: all that has gone to make the greatness of civilizations, sciences, arts, philosophies, religions, military power, etc., has been the work of individuals and not of aggregates. Guys, this alone is the nail in the coffin. Like right away, what kind of a world do you want to live in? You've already heard the quote talking about how the object of socialism is to create an average man and to average everybody into a gray uniform world, right? Whereas if we look at history, it's even individuals who were living and oppressed by collectivist regimes have changed the world. One man, one woman writes a book, writes a theory, writes a philosophy, creates an invention, changes the world. Not groups, not aggregates. They just get in the street with signs and yell and scream at the sky and then start killing each other. Like that's all crowds do. Okay. Or they go and start riots after soccer games. Like that's what crowds do. They go line up at Walmart on Black Friday and kill each other for the latest TV screen. That's what crowds do. They don't create bridges. They don't create sciences and metallurgy and farming and feed people. That's not what aggregates do. So he says, it is by favored individuals, the rare and supreme fruits of a few superior races, that the most important discoveries and advances by which all humanity profits have been realized. The peoples among whom individualism is most highly developed are, by this fact alone, at the head of civilization and today dominate the world. So he's talking about how the cultures that adopted the individualistic concept into their culture naturally created geniuses, naturally created inventions, because it's a product of the idea. The cultures that rejected that and went, no, we want to stay tribal, didn't produce that. So I go back to the fact that it's good ideas create good things and bad ideas create bad things. And here we are today arguing this same point, but I figured it'd be good to pull it up from a different point in history for context. Let's just quickly look at the French Revolution of 1789. The revolution, he says, has been reproached with having developed individualism of an exaggerated kind. So he's going to get into a negative form of individualism here. But this reproach does not seem just. So he's saying the reproach of the revolution was against individualism of an exaggerated kind, which they believe is what produced these elites that didn't deserve to sit on their thrones. But he says this reproach does not seem just. It is a far cry from the form of individualism which the revolution has made prevalent to the individualism practiced by, say, the Anglo-Saxons, for example, amongst other nations. The revolutionary ideal was to shatter the classes and corporations, to reduce every individual to a common type, and to absorb all these individuals, thus dissociated from their categories, into the guardianship of a strongly centralized state. Nothing could be more strongly opposed to the Anglo-Saxon individualism, which favors the banding together of individuals. So it's not against banding together to get things done, guys. It's just that they want to band together with people who are individuated and intelligent and motivated and incentivized and creative, good work ethic. Yeah, that's who you want to band together with to build your bridges and build your cities and towns. Not a Borg that doesn't think past room temperature. So, yeah, nothing could be more strongly opposed to the Anglo-Saxon individualism, which favors the banding together of individuals, obtains everything by it, and confines the action of the state within narrow limits. Something we've forgotten. The work of the revolution was far less revolutionary than is generally believed. By exaggerating the absorption and centralization of the state, it only continued in a Latin tradition deeply rooted through centuries of monarchy and followed by all governments alike. By dissolving the industrial, political, religious, and other corporations, it has made this absorption and centralization still more complete, and moreover, by so doing, has obeyed the inspirations of all the philosophers of the period. So basically, he's like, the whole thing became what it was allegedly set out to destroy. The idea of remedying the unforeseen consequences of the revolution was bound to germinate, and the adversaries of individualism have had no lack of sound pretexts for attacking it. So again, remember I told you in the last show about the straw man that was created? It was easy for them to maintain that the social organism was of greater importance than the individual organism, and most often strongly opposed to it, and that the latter must give way before the former, that the weak and incapable have a right to be protected, and that the inequalities created by nature must be corrected by a new partition of wealth made by society itself. Thus was born the socialism of the present day, the offspring of the ancient socialism, and which, like the old, wishes to change the division of wealth by depriving the rich for the benefit of the poor. Theoretically, the means of annihilating social inequalities are very simple. The state has only to intervene and proceed to the distribution of wealth and to establish in perpetuity the equilibrium destroyed for the profit of the few. From this idea, so little novel and yet so seductive, have issued the socialistic concepts of which we are about to treat. So he's just defining their argument and where they're coming from. But let's treat the argument now. Let's look at collectivism. He says modern socialism presents itself in a number of forms greatly differing in detail. By their general characteristics, they rank themselves under the head of collectivism. All would invariably have recourse to the state to repair the injustice of destiny and to proceed to the redistribution of wealth. Their fundamental propositions have at least the merit of extreme simplicity: confiscation by the state of capital, mines, and property, and the administration and redistribution of the public wealth by an immense army of functionaries. The state, or the community, if you will, for the collectivists, now no longer use the word state, would manufacture everything and permit no competition. Total control. The least signs of initiative, individual liberty, or competition would be suppressed. The least signs would be eliminated. The country would be nothing else than an immense monastery subjected to a strict discipline. So basically, it would turn the country into a cult. That's why we had to study the cults. The inheritance of property being abolished, no accumulation of fortune would be possible. So the arguments you're hearing today are not new in any way, shape, or form. As for the needs of the individual, collectivism scarcely regards anything else than his elementary necessities and only occupies itself with satisfying them. M. Rownett, cited by M. Boyle, writes as follows, and this is, just listen to this. According to the Marxist explanation, the necessities of nutrition are at the summit as well as at the base of human development. Humanity would be at the end, as in the beginning, a stomach. Nothing but an enormous stomach, whose physical necessities would constitute the sole motive of all mental activities. The stomach would be the prime cause and the end of humanity. As a Marxist has maintained, socialism is in effect nothing but the religion of the stomach. And isn't it interesting that it's the religion of the stomach, but none of them can feed the actual stomachs of the people, and they just starve them all to death? Isn't that, we are the religion of the stomach. No food for you. Get back to work, slave. It is evident that such a regime implies the absolute dictatorship of the state, or what comes to exactly the same thing, of the community with regard to the distribution of wealth, and a no less absolute servitude on the part of workers. So basically slavery. But the latter are not affected by this argument. They are not at all eager for liberty, as is proved by the enthusiasm with which they have acclaimed all the Caesars when a Caesar has arisen. And they care as little for all that goes to make the greatness of a civilization, for arts, for sciences, for literature, and so forth, which would disappear at once in such a society, meaning in a collectivist society, so that the collectivist doctrine has nothing in it that could seem antipathetic to them. In exchange for their rations, which the theorists of socialism promise him, the worker would perform his work under the surveillance of state functionaries, like so many convicts under the eye and hand of the warder. Basically, you're in jail, right? All individual motive would be stifled, and each worker would rest, sleep, and eat at the bidding of headmen put in authority over matters of food, work, recreation, and the perfect equality of all. Sounds lovely. Sounds lovely. All stimulus being destroyed, all stimulus, all incentive, all productivity. What produces productivity and work ethic in human beings? Force or incentive? Well, force is powerful, but it's not as powerful as incentive. And when you destroy incentive and stimulus, what do you get? You don't get the big stomach, well-fed and bred. You get empty stomachs and starvation. So all stimulus being destroyed, no one would make an effort to ameliorate or to escape from his position. It would be slavery of the gloomiest kind, without a hope of enfranchisement. Under the domination of the capitalist, the worker can at least dream of becoming, and sometimes does become, a capitalist in his turn. What dream could he indulge in under the anonymous and brutally despotic tyranny of a leveling state, which should foresee all his needs and direct his will? And Bordeaux has remarked that the collectivist organization would be very like that of the Jesuits of Paraguay. Would it not resemble rather the organization of the Negroes on the old slave plantations? So basically, he's like, would it not just turn us all into slaves? It would, and it has. That's the thing. We've even had more experiments since this book was written to look at. Blinded as they are by their dreams, because obviously they live in the dream world, right? You may say I'm a dreamer. Yeah, I know you're a dreamer, man. I know you're a dreamer. It's an important dream, but what happens when your dream can't become reality and you keep dreaming it, trying to force it into reality? What happens to the reality? This is the question that they don't want to answer. So blinded as they are by their dreams, and convinced though they may be of the superiority of institutions over economic laws, the more intelligent of the socialists have been obliged to understand that the great objections to their system are those terrible natural equalities against which no amount of recrimination has ever been able to prevail. Meaning, they tried it in Greece, they tried it in Rome, they tried it in ancient civilizations, the entire Latin world, the entire African world, the entire Middle Eastern world, experimented time and time again. Even the Germans flirted with it, for crying out loud. They tried it again and again and again, and it just didn't match. The ideology didn't match reality. They couldn't change human nature. And the more they tried, the more brutal they had to try to do it. And it just ended up in brutal poverty, genocide, and tyranny every time. And this is why, because they're up against the creation, up against the natural order. You're going to lose. Except there were each generation a systematic massacre of all individuals, surpassing by however little the lowest imaginable average. Social inequality, the child of mental inequality, would quickly reestablish itself. Social inequality, the child of mental inequality. Man, he's having a go there. He's having a go, and it's a good one. The social inequality argument is actually the child of mental inequality, meaning he's saying you're not using your head to think it through. And it's the inequality of your thinking with that would better, if you were to better align your thinking with nature, you wouldn't be stuck there. You wouldn't be espousing. The fact that they're espousing that ideal tells you where they're operating from. And it's not a place of deep intelligence or even empathy for the human race. It's not based in that. That's just the advertisement. They've known it then, and we should know it now. The theorists meet this objection by assuring us that in the new social environment, thus artificially created, because it has to be artificially created. This is what transhumanism is all about too, the element of it, right? Individual capacity would quickly equalize itself. This is what their argument is. And that the stimulant of personal interest, which has hitherto been the great motive of human nature and the source of all progress, would become useless and would be replaced by the sudden formation of altruistic instincts, which would lead the individual to devote himself to the collective interest. This is exactly what they are trying to do when they pull you into any cult. It's exactly that process. This is just being done on the big social political level, but it's the same. It cannot be denied that religions, at least during the short periods of ardent belief ensuing on their birth, have obtained some analogous result. But they have had heaven to offer to their believers with an eternal life of rewards, while the socialists propose to their disciples, in exchange for the sacrifice of their liberty, only a hell of servitude and hopeless baseness. To suppress the effects of natural inequality is theoretically an easy thing, but to suppress these inequalities themselves will always be impossible. They, with death and age, form a part of these eternal faculties or eternal fatalities to which a man must submit himself. So in the same way that this is the argument. When you look at all the data, when you look at all the experiments, when you look at all the ideas, when you study the adherence, you go through the whole thing, which is what he's done. You come out, and the writers he's citing have done the same. They come out with this thing and they go, look, you don't like death as the final result of your life. But what are you going to do about it? You can't do anything about it. It is a certainty. So it's one of those things you accept as a natural consequence of life. And then we create all kinds of ways of tolerating that natural consequence. But you can't. So that's what he's saying. You can find all kinds of ways to tolerate this imposition on life, if you were to look at it like that, that the finality of death, memento mori, right, is going to present alone, just that. But you can't run from that. And look what they're trying to do. They're life extension technology and all these kinds of things, which, hey, maybe that would be great. I don't know. But when they're operating in a dream world where they're not accepting reality, the same arguments they're going to give you about how social, if we just do it this way, if we just do collectivism this way with this guy leading it, it'll work. Forget about the thousands of test cases that didn't work and were not just a little bit of a failure of epic proportions, countless times over. The same argument that they're giving you is akin to them saying, we've solved death. you don't have to die anymore. Vote for us. And we would go, really? What's your evidence of that? Well, we don't have any evidence, but just trust us. And anybody saying we don't have the solution for death is all the evil names we can conjure up. Give us power and we'll give you the solution to death. Give us power and we'll give you the solution to your feeling of inequality. Because we're dealing with nature, you can't edit it. You don't get to edit the natural law. Even if you wanted to, even if you personally believed that the gods were unfair to us, doesn't matter. Here we are, right? So we have to work. We're forced as human beings to work in the confines of that law that one day you will pass from this earth. That's a law. Run from it, hide from it, distract yourself. Ain't going to change it. The clock is ticking, right? It's the same with this. And the people that are unsettled by that feeling of, man, I really can't do anything about this life-death process. There's a fear, there's an angst that builds up inside. Unless you have an appropriate mental framework to address that concern about death, which thanks to religion and philosophy and poetry and music and, the contribution of the human mind to that question, to make life tolerable, to make the process of death and the idea of death tolerable. But that was a will of working within the order we've been, you're given lemons, you make lemonade. Maybe even to get to the idea of completely framing life and death in a way that is not so haunting and daunting and scary and frightening and horrible and wrong and cursed. It depends how you look at it. So it comes back to an attitude problem, right? But these guys, the people that accept these kind of ideas that say, hey, let's bend and break and warp all the natural order and see what comes out of it. It's got to be positive, guys. It's got to be positive if we keep messing with the natural order. You're believing soothsayers. You're believing cultists and priests that are infected with this parasite of an idea that you can and you should, and that it creates good things when you do. Better to align with than try to destroy and overturn, because you're going to overthrow and destroy civilization and humanity in the process if you try to do it. So you must submit yourself to reality. Now, we're going to bring this up. I've done this before. He was mentioning Christian socialism. He's got a little bit more to say on it. But just for people looking into this, so you could say there's different interpretations of Christianity, which I believe there are. There are different thinkers in the Christian tradition that have absolutely benefited the cause of individualism and freedom, which there are. But there are also deeply embedded, right from the beginning, ideologies of collectivism and socialism built into the fabric, which is what left us open and ripe for the attacks that people like Yuri Bezmenov were telling you and warning you about, and people like Alexander Solzhenitsyn were warning you about. It came out of a skewed teaching of ancient ideologies and ancient precepts, skewed by more modern priesthoods that came in with that infection of being up against the natural order and tried to say, hey, we really like this business of promising people paradise after they're dead and therefore gain their subscribership while they're alive and all the benefits that come with that. But what if we could actually promise the utopia in this life and get them hooked in this life? Because this was the issue that a lot of the communists had, was they were materialistic and atheistic. So they couldn't argue the same way the priests have always been able to argue, which is, hey, just wait until we go to the 9th dimension above human, drink the Kool-Aid and sign over here, and we'll be in the 9th dimension together. Like, that works because it's a fantasy, right? It's something we made up to deal with the death reality. But when you go back and you're like, oh, I don't believe in anything, now you're into, well, I got to somehow sell people on the fact that I can build the utopia right here. As long as I'm the leader and everybody's subservient to me, I can build the utopia. Well, those two lines got crossed. Religion used to be a separate category that was dealing in the right brain, in the hopes and dreams of humanity, in the myths and legends and metaphors of old to instantiate deeper truths. And then it also got cross-pollinated with this branch that was trying to say, you know what, let's bring heaven to earth. But it isn't heaven, actually. It's a twisted, delusional fantasy of what we call heaven. And so this gives us the birth of Christian socialism. So Christian socialism is a religious and political philosophy that blends Christianity and socialism, endorsing socialist economics. What are the priests doing in getting involved in economics again? That's not your territory. What are you talking about politics and economics for? Stick to the theology, stick to the mythology, stick to the symbolism, stick to the religion. Nope, we got to get our hands everywhere. And they do this on the basis of the Bible and Jesus' teachings. Well, selected passages and selected teachings, right? Many Christian socialists believe capitalism to be idolatrous and rooted in the sin of greed. Meanwhile, it turns out the socialists are the greediest motherfuckers running around, okay? Big contradiction. Christian socialists identify the cause of social inequality to be the greed that they associate with capitalism. Christian socialism became a major movement in the United Kingdom beginning in the 19th century. Well, it didn't begin in the 19th century. It goes back further than that, thanks to what Gustav Le Bon is showing, but whatever, this is Wikipedia. The Christian socialist movement, known as Christians on the Left since 2013, is a formal group, as well as a faction of the Labour Party in Britain. And they get into the Huttites and these different communes and the Anabaptists and the proto-communists and all these kinds of different branches. And don't forget, the leaders of these movements, oddly enough, were born in Christian socialist circles, many of them. And again, when we're talking with some of these elite cats, I've done other presentations on that and who those names are. You also have this official Christian communism. So Christian communism is a theological view that the teachings of Jesus compel Christians to support religious communism. Although there is no universal agreement on the exact dates when the communist-like ideas and practices in early Christianity began, many Christian communists argue that evidence from the Bible suggests that the first Christians, including the apostles in the New Testament, established their own small communist society in the years following Jesus' death and resurrection. And boy, if you want to get into that chapter, go in on the Unslaved podcast and look up the 10-part series getting into the Dead Sea Scrolls, and that will blow your mind. Many advocates of Christian communism and their communists and other communists, including Karl Kautsky, argue that it was taught by Jesus and practiced by the apostles themselves. And this is generally confirmed by historians. There are those who hold the view that the early Christian church, such as the one described in the Acts of Apostles, was an early form of communism or Christian socialism. The view is that communism was just Christianity in practice, and Jesus was the first communist. And then they go through, that's their interpretation. It doesn't have to be yours. This is not how all Christians think. It's just that I feel like a lot of Christians today who were raised more in the Western tradition of individual liberty and freedom, sort of like to skip over this chapter and origin of what happened in the institution of their religion, the capturing that already took place. And they don't want to look at that. But the problem of not looking at it and addressing it and just being stubbornly against even discussing it, because maybe these Christians have a different interpretation, which is totally well and good. By resisting this reality that is at the backbone of the institutional framework that was taught to generations of people in the West, and therefore opened them up for attack. If you don't acknowledge it, it becomes your bane, which it has done. Christianity went through numerous reformations, and so have other religions as well. Some of them have not gone through any reformation. Some religions in the world, they're still stuck in the ancient world, right? But some have, and a lot of those reformations were reformations towards freedom of the individual, not away from it. The improvements in the interpretations and the ideas and the reimaginings are the improvements that bring more freedom, not less. Not more tyranny. So I'm not here to get into the whole thing about which camp looks at, the Christ example as the perfect individual to strive for as a symbol or as the leader of a communist group. at the end of the day, in our institutions, it is historically factual that we got dominated by this ideology in the religious houses, which then got into it in the political front through the atheist Marxists. And now those forms are converging. You wonder why the Pope today is basically recounting the exact same mantras of the radical leftists, which are atheistic. Why is that? If you're as confused as that as you might be, I don't know, as confused for things like Queers for Palestine or the alignment of radical feminism with radical Islam, and you're confused about that, you're not confused anymore about any of those little handshakes, because now you know at the base of it, the ideology is just a wrapping paper. The costumes, the ritual, it's a wrapping paper for something else that we're trying to look at here, which is something going on atavistically in the deep storage room B of human consciousness that keeps coming back. It's a flaw. It's a weakness. It's a scar from the past. It's a scar from past trauma that produced these ideologies. So it's an infection that's happened everywhere. So for people to say, well, ours was never infected, it's the perfect whole, no, were humans involved in your setup? Okay, then you've been infected. You've been infected. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but it has to be done. Now, continuing on, Laban, he says this: the enumeration of the programs and theories of these various sects would be without interest, for at present collectivism prevails over them all and alone exerts any influence. Most of them have dropped into oblivion. In this manner, Christian socialism, which was preeminent in 1848, now marches in the rear, as Leon Say justly remarks. As for state socialism, only its name has changed. It is nothing else than the collectivism of today. So he's saying Christian socialism kind of went away in their day. They were noticing that it was waning off and that the Christian churches were moving back towards more of a conservatism, right? Or more of an individualist approach. Even though I would argue that, religion in general is deeply collectivistic, but to the degree that it gets involved with the political milieu is where we can really have the problem, which is what he's talking about. So you got the state socialism issue. Only the name has changed, but it's the same poison in the end. It has with reason been said of Christian socialism that it meets the modern doctrines at many points. Like socialism, writes M. Bordeaux, the church allows no merit to anything that partakes of genius, talent, grace, originality, or personal gift. And this is something he's noting from the time. And you just remember some of your schoolmasters and some of your priests and the sort of things your granny would tell you. Oh, don't be rising up too tall, make other people feel bad, We don't want any genius. We don't want anybody exceptional talent. But again, that was reformed under certain sects of Christianity, okay? But not others, and definitely not in the state version. But he's showing you some of the issues that have been had in the church. He says the church allows no merit to anything that partakes of genius, talent, grace, originality, or personal gift. Individualism for the church is the synonym of egoism. And that which it has always sought to impose on the world is precisely the end of socialism, fraternity under authority. The same international organization, the same prohibition of war, the same sentiments as to suffering and social necessities. According to Bebel, it is the Pope who, from the heights of the Vatican, sees most clearly the gathering storm which is upheaving itself upon the horizon. The papacy might even be in danger of becoming a dangerous competitor with revolutionary socialism if it were resolutely to place itself in the van of universal democracy. And he was predicting it before it happened, and then it happened. And that's what did indeed happen. That is the deep church, my friends. That is the formation of the deep church. Go read that Red Papacy article for more. Today, the program of the Christian socialists differ very little from that of the collectivists. But the other socialists repudiate them in their hatred of all religious ideas. And if revolutionary socialism were to triumph, the Christian socialists would assuredly be its first victims. Assuredly also, they would find no one to take pity on their fate. This is a tough pill, my friends. the program, the foundational principles that crept into this form of Christianity, the Christian socialisms, differs very little from that of the collectivists, which he's defining as more atheistic Marxists, right? And these Marxist socialists repudiate the Christian socialism only because of the hatred of the religious ideals. And if revolutionary atheist socialism triumphed, the Christian socialists would first be shot on the wall. Kind of like what went down in Iran, where the feminists and the leftists opened the door for Islam to come in. And they were hoping for the communist utopia, these leftists, but it turns out it wasn't the communes that won. It was the clerics that won, and they killed all of them and then took over. So similar dynamic could very much happen here in the West if Christianity refuses to investigate itself and rout this out. And don't feel bad. It's happened to the Masons. It's happened to the Jews. It's happened to the It's happened to everybody. The houses of light were targeted and they were captured. Now, considering their future as religious beliefs, the concepts of socialism possess incontestable elements of success. In the first place, there can be no great conflict between them and the old beliefs, because the latter are on the way to disappear. So they're saying that in his day, he was seeing the old beliefs were already being disappeared. In the second place, they present themselves under extremely simple forms and are thus accessible to every mind. In the third place, they cohere readily with the beliefs which preceded them and are consequently able to replace them without difficulty. We have already shown, in fact, that the doctrines of the Christian socialists are almost identical with those of the other sects of socialists. And this is the problem. The first point is of prime importance. Hitherto, humanity has not been able to exist without beliefs. We need beliefs of some sort, right? When an old belief is on the point of death, a new one immediately comes to replace it. This is very, very relevant to the idea of all of this like trans ideology and all these new progressive ideologies, the DEIs and all this. This is the religion to replace what was left in the place of Christianity in the West. When we became disenfranchised with Christianity, rightfully or wrongfully, in some ways, there was no replacement, right? Nobody read the people who were trying to reform it even further and give you even more depth and go right back to the roots of where those ideas even sprang from and try to help reform it to a higher degree. But nobody read their books. And so nothing came to replace that which everybody got disenfranchised with. That was the underpinning unification of the culture, was the religion. And so what crept in was the new religion, which is this new collectivism. That's what crept in its place. It's just that it came with different, it was like, do you want to supersize your meal? Are you with the burger and fries, or do you want the chicken sandwich with, onion rings? Like, it's just, they don't care which one you chomp down as long as you chomp down one of them. And they've got that market cornered, right? Because they have their agents working inside. That's how these people operate. Infiltration instead of invasion. Nobody saw it coming. So the sentiment of religion, that is to say, the need of submitting oneself, veto of faith of some kind, whether divine, political, or social, because there's many categories of what you could call religion, or cultism, probably a better word. So you got to submit yourself to a faith of some sort, whether divine, political, or social, and is one of our most imperious instincts. Well, what happens if the people at the high table, always conniving for more power, know this about us? Now what? Now they can weaponize this. They can take advantage of this. They can sell you down the river as long as they wear the right costumes and say the right words and roll the right beads and say the right verses. Man requires a belief so that he may direct his life mechanically and escape all forms of reason. It is not to liberty of thought that man aspires, sadly, but to slavery of thought, because it's safer. He sometimes shake off the yoke of the tyrants who oppress him, but how can he deliver himself from the far more imperious domination of his own beliefs? Like, whoa, that's a statement, isn't it? He's giving you the psychological analysis. Like, man, when I look at all the track record, humans are running away from freedom. They're running away from reality. They're running away from the truth. It's not liberty of thought that man aspires. It's slavery of thought. Look around. You want to know why people are so hard to talk to? They just refuse to even have an open mind. I'm not expecting everybody to agree with everything I'm saying or anybody's saying, but to even have an open mind, to use intelligence, to sharpen that intelligence blade. They don't even want that because it's scary to do it. Instinctually, we are terrified of going against the collective, even though we logically understand that it is those who have climbed out of the bucket and escaped the tyranny of the masses that have done any good in this world. We sit here still benefiting from inventions that were 200 years or more ago that were only possible by individuals who most of them were incarcerated, harassed, or even killed for daring to think outside the crowd consciousness. So it's like there's a deep fear at the base of consciousness because of this atavistic memory of experiencing this, that we grew out of the tribe, we grew out of the crowd. And that's why we prefer the slavery of thought, is because our fears are the master. And that's who these people, that's what these types are exploiting. That's who the control freaks are exploiting. That's the mechanism they're targeting. I told you, this goes deeper than just some political analysis or just analyzing some thinkers. He sometimes shakes off the yoke of the tyrants who oppress him, but how can he deliver himself from a far more imperious domination of his own belief? The inner conspiracy, guys, the inner tyrant, the voice of doubt, the voice of disbelief. I'm up against it every single day in my dojo with my students, helping them win that battle so they can go on and do great things. At first, the expression of his cravings and above all his hopes, his beliefs end by modifying them and by controlling the instinctive region of his aspirations. This is where we feel secure, right? But it's an illusory security. Among the various sects that are born and die every day, anarchism deserves to be mentioned. So we got to do a little bit on anarchism here, okay? Because, and I've done this in the past, we've done this on Enslaved. Michael's done some good work on this, explaining the difference between an anarchism of philosophical basis, meaning that would just be me saying you are a free thinker regardless of what system you find yourself in. You could call that a philosophical anarchism if you want to just be loose with it, right? But the political kind of anarchism is a whole different ballgame, and the political anarchists conveniently overlook the psychology of crowds. And that's why they're actually on the same ball team as the socialists and the collectivists. They would never admit it. But there's an article on Michael's website called Anarchy Refuter where he goes through this. I've gone through this in other shows. Many people have commented on it. And here's Laban commenting on it right now to show you that it's the same driving force under that ideology if we're going to apply it politically. Right? So let's get into the critique. And you got to know these critiques, especially if you are an anarchist politically. Theoretically, the anarchists appear to come under the heading of individualists. But it is only theoretical, since they desire to allow the individual an unlimited liberty. But in practice, we must consider them as merely the extreme left of the Socialist Party, for they are equally intent on the destruction of the present social system. Their theories are characterized by that extreme simplicity, which is the keynote of all socialist utopias. Quote, society is worthless. Let us destroy it by steel and fire. Thanks to the natural instincts of man, they will form a new society, of course, perfect. But what train of astonishing miracles would the new society differ from those which have preceded it? That is what no anarchist has ever told us. It is evident, on the contrary, that if the present civilizations were to be completely destroyed, humanity would once again pass through all the forms it has, per force, successfully outgrown savagery, slavery, barbarism, etc. One does not very well see what the anarchists would gain by this. Admit the immediate realization of all their dreams, that is to say, the execution of all the bourgeoisie en bloc, the reunion of all capital in one immense heap, to which every man can resort as he wills. How will this heap renew itself when it has become exhausted and all the anarchists have become momentary capitalists in their turn? That's a very valid question. We got to answer it. Be it as it may, the anarchists and the collectivists are the only sects possessing any influence today. The collectivists imagine their theories were created by the German Karl Marx. As a matter of fact, we find them in detail in the Writers of Antiquity. Sorry, we're redoing this slide, but it is in proper order. Without going back so far, we may remark with Tocqueville, who wrote more than 50 years ago that all the socialist theories are exposed at length in the Code de la Nature published by Morley in 1755. And then he redoes the tweet, he redoes the quote. And I should do it again. I just think it's appropriate. You will there find, says Morley, 1755, together with all the doctrines asserting the omnipotence of the state and its unlimited rights, several of the political theories by which France has been most frightened of late, and anarchism was one of them, and whose birth we flatter ourselves to have witnessed, the community of goods, the right to work, absolute equality, uniformity in everything, mechanical regularity in all the movements of the individual, regulated tyranny, and the complete absorption of the personality of the citizen into the body of society. It must be this way, right? It must be this way to them. In this society, nothing will belong to any person as his personal property. Every citizen will be fed, maintained, and occupied at the expense of the public. All products will be amassed in public magazines, thence to be distributed to all citizens and to supply their vital need by the holy vicars, of course. At 5 years of age, every child will be taken from his family and educated in common at the expense of the state in a uniform manner. This is what it ends up with, no matter which way you go. So, just wanted to point that out, that we've got different variations, some of which might surprise you, but they come from the same bedrock of resentment, not a true assessment of reality and a true assessment of a proper solution for humankind. It's based in something else. And that's the mask he's ripping off here. It's a psychological ping that we're addressing here, right? That just come under the decoration of these various names and cults and groups. Super deep stuff. But let's keep going. Where are we at? We're at 31 of 55. We're doing good. We're doing good. Now he's getting into socialism as a belief, the foundations of our beliefs. So let's get into this. The ancestral origin of our beliefs. All the civilizations that have succeeded one another in the course of ages have reposed on a certain number of beliefs, which beliefs have always played a fundamental part in the lives of the nations. And again, this is just me bringing it up again and showing you that it's the study of ideas that is where we need to get into, because ideas are what produce the beliefs, right? And then the beliefs are what produce the actions of the society or the inactions of a society, and therefore its destiny as a result. So how are these beliefs born? He's asking. How do they develop? We have already treated this matter in a summary fashion in the psychology of peoples. It may be useful to return to the question. Socialism is a faith far more than a doctrine. Only by making ourselves perfectly familiar with the mechanism of the genesis of beliefs can we perceive what a part socialism may perhaps be called upon to play. And then again, he's going through, and I read this part earlier, about just how man cannot change of his own will, the sentiments and beliefs which dominate him, and where all of that came from. Okay, so I'm not going to reread it, but I just wanted to read that summary to get into this next part here, where we're actually going to define atavism, okay? Because the word's been thrown around, and it just always helps to have that definition available. So very quickly, atavism refers to the reappearance of an ancestral trait or characteristic in an organism after several generations of absence. So it's like a text message from the past, right? You got biological atavism, but what we're talking about today is more of a behavioral and cultural atavism, which is defined as beyond genetics. The term is frequently applied to sociology, psychology, and the arts to describe a reversion to past, primitive, or outdated ways. You also have it in, behavior. A sudden return to primal or violent instincts is considered psychological atavism. Culture, embracing outdated practices, such as reading physical paper books in the digital age or listening to vintage vinyl records, is sometimes referred to as a cultural atavism. Okay, so just kind of giving you what that word's talking about. He's going into sort of a biological and also cultural atavism as one of the things that keeps bringing this back, bringing back this ghost. Now he says something interesting here. He says, I must insist on this influence of the past in the elaboration of faiths, and on the fact that a new faith can only establish itself by attaching itself to an anterior faith. This goes back to the capturing of institutions and why that's a strategy. Because it's a strategy because it's the only thing that works on the collective psyche. That's why. A new faith, if you want to, it's the Yuri Bezmenov 4-step formula. If you want to install an opposing ideology in a target population in order to overtake that population, you've got to destroy their faiths, their beliefs, their cultural tropes, their economic systems, their political systems. You've got to destroy it. And the only way to do it is to destroy the faith in that. And the only way to destroy that faith is to attach it to an anterior faith. An anterior is just an adjective that means positioned at or towards the front. When referring to sequence, anterior means prior, antecedent. Right? So, meaning, if you want to get rid of, this is why they did it to the Christian socialism. That's how they did it. If you want to install the new doctrine, you don't just do you've got to do kind of a bit of both, right? Because you can always pull people into various nets here. But for the general population who's been raised in the faith of the culture, be it religious or just social or whatever, if you've been raised in the faith of the culture, you're not just going to throw that aside. You're going to actually fight to the death to preserve that, which our forefathers did. So if you're going to get past that little guardianship, you've got to attach your new faith, which will destroy the faith that you're targeting. You've got to attach it to one of the older faiths already in existence. In layman's terms, you've got to capture the flag. You've got to capture the institution. That's how you do it. So it goes, this establishment of beliefs is perhaps the most important phase of the evolution of civilizations. One of the greatest benefits of an established belief is to give a people common sentiments, to create common thoughts, and by consequence, common words. That is to say, to cause identity of ideas. And that could be a positive thing if you're trying to build a culture. There's nothing wrong with that. And no, that by itself is not collectivism. Remember, collectivism is a political ideology that completely erases the individual. That's different than setting up a culture that's based on agreed upon foundational beliefs, like say a constitution, or that we all believe that an individual is to be respected, that individual freedom and free thought and free speech and private property and these things, that could be the faith of the culture. And if you want to attack that, you attack, what is the woke right doing? Attaching collectivism to the sentiments of the faith of the people, which is based more in the individualistic freedom. So you create a common thought, common sequence of words, right? That's why they're messing with the language. They're messing with the cultural icons. They're messing with the films and messing with the myths and the stories, because they're trying to tear down the old faith and build upon the old faith a new faith. That's how the New World Order was going to be built, by the way. It's exactly what they were going to do. I just find it amazing that he's writing this down right here in the 1800s. The established faith finally creates a common state of mind, and this is why it sets its mark on all elements of civilization. A common faith constitutes perhaps the most powerful factor of the creation of a national soul, a national mind, and consequently, the identical orientation of national sentiments and ideas. The great civilizations have always been the logical efflorescence of a small number of beliefs, just a small number, right? And the decadence of a nation is always near, listen to this, when the common beliefs are becoming disassociated, which is the era that we have been in over the past 10 to 20 years, at a minimum. A collective belief has the immense advantage of uniting in a single bundle all the manifold individual desires, of making a nation act as a single individual would act. It is with reason that people have said that the great periods of history have been precisely those at which a universal belief has established itself. And he's not writing as if that's just negative. This is how you build civilization. You have to have this element. The part played in the life of nations by universal beliefs is so fundamental that its importance can hardly be exaggerated. History does not furnish an example of a civilization establishing and maintaining itself without having at its base the common beliefs of all the individuals of a nation, or at least, at the very least, of a city, right? So notice he said of all the individuals in a civilization. Our civilization was based on individuals coming together to do great things and to cherish and protect the rights of those individuals and to create the peace and quiet necessary to furnish more genius type individuals to solve problems and create a better world. That was the modus. That was the mode of creating a utopia for the West. But the other ideas of this collectivism are what came in to replace it. And then the old belief is disassociated. That was the target, was the beliefs. That's why they went from an economic front, the Marxists, to a ideological capture, a cultural capture. That's why we called it cultural Marxism, because that's what it was, cultural collectivism. So this community of beliefs gives the nation which possesses it a formidable strength. So we don't have to agree on everything in a free society, quite the contrary, but we need to agree on the foundational principles, the foundational laws, the foundational relationships between the government and the governed, the way our economy is going to function. Is it going to be more free market and allow for flourishing, or is it going to be regulated into leveling and turn into poverty and misery for everybody? These are the ideas that we should agree upon. And from that place, we can build a civilization that does allow you to have differences of opinions. But those differences of opinions are just based on how do we improve it even more, not how do we destroy it and replace it. Totally different things. So we see how the French at the time of the French Revolution, animated by a new faith, which could not last because it could not perform its promises, struggled victoriously against all Europe in arms. So they tried to install a new faith to overturn the old faith, and the new faith was even more brutal than the previous one, and it never survived that. It never fully recovered from that. Now, the part played by beliefs with regard to our ideas and sentiments, the psychology of incomprehension. Focus on this one. Here we go. As soon as a belief is securely established in the understanding, it becomes the regulator of life, the touchstone of judgment, the director of intelligence. The mind can receive nothing new that does not conform to the new faith. Like Christianity in the Middle Ages and Islam among the Arabs, the prevailing faith sets its imprint on all the elements of civilization, and notably on philosophy, literature, and the arts. It is the supreme criterion. It explains everything. That he's talking about if you have the new faith, right? This is what a theocracy would be like for those that are dreaming that will somehow get us away from the radical Marxists. You're just walking out of one net into another. The rationale of all our knowledge, for the sage as well as for the fool, consists in nothing else than in carrying the unknown to the known. That is to say, what we think we know. Because, guys, let's be honest, there's what we know and then there's what we think we know, and those are two very different things. Comprehension supposes the observation of a fact, and then its coordination with the small number of ideas already possessed by the individual. We thus relate unknown facts to facts we believe ourselves to understand, and each brain accomplishes this relation according to the subconscious concepts which rule it. Do you see how this can get muddled with? It's talking about, this is literally the process of our thinking. It's why we keep getting messed up. Or not why, it's just we're noticing the mechanism of how it gets messed up. It doesn't have to be messed up. It can go off the rails. From the most inferior mind to the highest mechanism of explanation is always the same and consists invariably of introducing a new idea in the midst of already acquired conceptions. This is how they worm their way in. They piggyback off of your common conceptions and then warp and change them over time. Now, here's the root factor. He says, and it is precisely because we correlate our perceptions of the world to particular ancestral conceptions that the individuals of the different races have such different judgments. We perceive things only by deforming them, and we deform them according to our beliefs. Do you know what? This is why we got to study the beliefs and the premise of beliefs? Because we distort or create based on our beliefs. It's like we've always been saying, not as we, that great quote from Anais Nin when she says, we don't see things as they are, meaning in objective reality. We don't see things as they are. We see things as we are. He's just explained that quote right here. We deform things based on our beliefs. So all that you got to be, if you want to be the master of the universe, this is what the little man syndrome people figured out. Oh, we don't have to work in the light. We don't have to work in the world of merit and natural law and honesty, integrity, and responsibility. We don't have to work in that world. We can work in the shadow world of manipulating beliefs. It's not about the money. It's about manipulating beliefs, because he who can manipulate the beliefs of a whole culture or maybe even a whole world has now got human consciousness, this incredible force that is still yet to be fully explained by science or religion, this incredible thing that is a phenomena, that is what this turf war is all about. Is it to be controlled? Is it to be let free? Right? If you can be the master of beliefs and therefore the master of the crowd, which unthinkingly accepts the most convincing beliefs that you can muster up, all you got to do is say the right sequence of words and put some colors and symbols and letters and flicker rates to get the belief installed at a subconscious level, which now the brain thinks is the atavistic ancestral call or the voice of God. The angels told me, God told me. Right? If they can hack that and go, yeah, God told you, create totalism. Forget nature. Objective reality doesn't even exist. It's all an illusion. If you can master that, you're the masters of the universe. That's what the dark ones figured out. That's what the Thanatos crowd figured out. And he's pointing it out so glaringly here. I don't even know if people are digesting this right now. This is massive. This might be one of the biggest slides I'm presenting here. There's more though. Let's do some more of those. Now we get into the psychology of belief, because if we're going to talk about the root factor of beliefs and how we perceive things only by deforming them, and we deform them according to our beliefs, we see things as we are, not as they are. Well, we better get into the psychology of belief now. We can't just say, well, I just believe things. Why? You see all these street interviews. Why do you believe what you believe? Well, just because I do. And then you start getting more pointed questions like, I'm done with this conversation. All is revealed. Beliefs that have become transformed into sentiments act not only upon our conduct in life, they influence also the sense we attach to words. This opens up the discussion about the prison of words, the tyranny of words. The causes of the dissensions and the struggles which divide humanity are engendered for the most part by the same phenomena, but according to diverse mental constitutions and strongly differing ideas. Follow from century to century, from race to race, and from one sex to the other, the ideas evoked by the same words. Consider, for example, what are presented to minds of differing origin by the following words. I love how they write in that time. Consider, for example, what are presented to the minds of differing origin by the following words: religion, liberty, republic, bourgeoisie, property, capital, labor. And you will see how profound are the abyss which separate these mental representations. You see what he's saying there in like very 1800s language? Everybody listening to this show right now, when I say these words, religion, let's start with that one. Religion. Everybody's having a different reaction right now as they're listening. I'll say it again. Religion. Okay, let's do liberty. Liberty. What's that evoking? What's that evoking in your mind versus the other person watching this is evoking something maybe a little bit different? Right? And he's talking about mental constitutions. Well, what he means is, what is the atavistic background that you come from? That gets into the biological component. What is the psychological soil from which you and your mind was born? Were you born with a lot of trauma growing up? Were you like, what produced your particularly unique psychology and attitude towards life? What cultural, educational, religious, political ideas and beliefs have seeped into your mind over the course of your life, which is building a constellation that's projecting, and you're calling that your opinion of things? That alone, what he's saying here tells you something really powerful we're going to get to. And it destroys collectivism. Fundamentally, the fact that this phenomena exists, the fact that Gustave Le Bon can even make this observation and write it down, and then I could be here in July of 2026 reading it to you again, and you could hear all these words: religion, liberty, bourgeoisie, property, capital, labor, whatever. I could keep going. And each one of you listening can have a slightly different reaction or thought process being triggered in you based off the difference of your mental constitution. Proves that whether you like it or not, you are an individual. Do you see that? It's fascinating to me. Fascinating. He goes on, the different classes of the same society, individuals of different sex, seem to speak the same language, but it is only in appearance. The nuances of signification of this language are as numerous as the social and mental categories that employ it. Sometimes these nuances escape them reciprocally to the extent of leading them to absolute incomprehension. You see the problem here? And the open season target that can be used by the collectivists? The propagandists know this. They know that there's both a public, collective, unconscious kind of thing going on. And they know at the end of the day, there's an individuated process happening in every individual mind that's directing that flow of the collective unconscious. And they know how to get in there and mix it up for you so that you think your thinking is your individual, true imperial self that's thinking. When in fact, if you're in line with the crowd, if you're in the collective, if you're baked into that, all you're doing is thinking like the crowd, which means you're thinking like the people who wrote the beliefs down that the crowd adopted, which means you aren't thinking anymore. You are repeating. And this is known. What do you think all those mind control experiments were all about? To try to nail this down even further. But we already had it in the 1800s. These guys already knew it. The sociologists, the psychologists, like Le Bon. So for me, this is just like these last few slides. It's over, collectivists. It's over. And we've also caught on to the game being played. You'll never be swindled again after this show. I'm telling you that. You'll never, once you've seen it, you can't unsee it. We're going to bake in a whole new atavistic apparatus of noticing things, noticing these things, and you'll never be hypnotized again. That's the goal, to free your mind from this. Now, he goes on, in matters of institutions, beliefs, arts, or any elements whatever in civilization, we are always heavily weighed upon by our surroundings, and above all, by the past. If we do not, as a rule, perceive this to be so, it is because our facility in giving new names to old things deludes us into believing that in changing these words, we have also changed the things that they represent. Oh, dang. You catch that? Man, it's pulling this one apart. In matters of institutions, beliefs, arts, or any elements of whatever civilization, we are always heavily weighed upon by our surroundings, above all by our past, right? He's hinting at that atavistic again. And of course, you notice all the arguments of these collectivists have to do with the past. Did you catch that too? This is not a coincidence that that's the way it is, that is their choice, is to attack the past. It's not a coincidence. Is psychologically rooted. If we do not, as a rule, perceive this to be so, it is because our facility in giving new names to old things deludes us into believing that in changing these words to name the new things, old things, new things, we have also changed the things they represent. You see, we're in the prison of words because, and this is where the rhetoric of all the podcasters and all the influencers and the media pundits and the university professors, we're going to get to them and what motivates them. The collectivist ones, I mean. Like, we're thinking they're trying to sell you. That's why that's why rhetoric and oratory is the number one practice of these tyrants and cult leaders. They're so good on the mic. They're so good on the mic. Today, they're horrible on the mic and people still slobber all over it. I don't understand it. But either way, they're masters of rhetoric and they're masters of symbolism and they're masters of wordplay and changing words. You see all these new words we have to learn now? Intersectionality and whatever. They come up with a whole new words. Now we're renaming all the genders. There's 5,000 new genders with new names and terms that don't exist. They're just literally made up. And we think that this is why I say it's so old, it's new. By changing the words, well, we're not going to call it collectivism and authoritarianism. We're going to call it democratic socialism. That sounds more polite and nice, right? And we think because we changed the words to sound more palatable, because they know they couldn't sell you this otherwise, that somehow we changed the thing. We changed the root premise. We changed the resentment that fuels it. We changed the antipathy to nature that fuels it. We changed all these things. No, we didn't. We just changed the words to make it seem nicer and better. And that is the art form that your penetrated cabinets of government have the agents and the minions of this, whether they know it or not, they've mastered the oratory. They've mastered the wordplay because they know they can pull this over. They know they can pull this wool over your eyes to make you actually believe that if we just change the words, we change the thing. And Gustav Le Bon is here to warn you, guys, they've tried this many times already. They're doing it again. And it's a folly. It's a folly then, and it's a folly now. Powerful. This is why I was so confident coming on here today, making bold claims. Now, I'll do this one because it's hot on the press. Everybody's talking about this Odyssey, Christopher Nolan film. I'm so sick and tired of hearing it, but whatever. We got to deal with it. I'm on the side that this thing is just, there's a reason why this is done intentionally. This is part of the complete destruction of the old, the four olds. We got to get rid of it, right? And recast it and make it new by naming it different and putting new this is all part of it. But what we're going to comment on here is something we've done on the Unslaved podcast, talking about the fall of art, right? We've done a lot of shows on the Unslaved podcast looking at how art, the world of art, and of course movies would fall into that category, the world of art in the West, in our culture, is degrading, and why that is. And we've done a lot on it. And I, at first, when we would do the subject, why are we talking about art? Who cares? But then I realized, no, it's so important, because art is where you can study the symptoms of this plague. You can see the result. When you're getting shit art and shit movies and shit music and shit celebrities and the whole thing, and it's just going down in flames. Partly it's because these people are ruiners and destroyers, and this is part of their leveling ideology. But it's also because they can't help themselves. They literally no longer, let me say this, they don't possess the qualities of the divine individual that is capable of creating high art. It is only in the individual genius mind, motivated and incentivized to the max to express their humanity in a way that has never been done before, that creates the best movies and music and poetry and ideas and thinking and all that kind of stuff in your culture. Only in the individual mind. Do you think it's a bunch of individual minds working in Hollywood and in Broadway and in Madison Avenue and in people making TV shows and all that now? When you see the art go to shit, at the same time your politics and your economy is going to shit, we're here to tell you it's not a coincidence. It's part and parcel with the package. And let's look at this as we're thinking of this Odyssey debacle, trying to retell one of the greatest tomes of Western civilization, but in a modern guise, whatever the hell that means. Let's read this. Laban says, a penetrating writer, Daniel Lesueur, has written a page on these atavistic influences, because this is what he looks at art as coming out of the atavistic influence, right? So he said, which I reproduce here because it very clearly develops the preceding remarks. Here he goes. Powerlessness to create outside the limits of everyday things, tyranny of the memory, which deceives the artist in every attempt and sends him straying back to the ancient altars, to the forms that bygone generations adored. The less audacious resign themselves to this servitude of inspiration, the prisoner of ancient dreams, with a humble and fervent brush, with a chisel that has never trembled with the mystic fear of an unknown ideal. They represent the visions and the symbols. They internalize the legends. They set up the gods that no longer have worship, that no longer give oracles, and that every new incarnation brings a little closer to the earth. Again, by a plainly inevitable aberration, certain minds, impatient of the yoke, exasperated by the haunting of this past, without which all becomes petrified. In art, more than in any other branch of human evolution, certain artists, finely exacerbated, have sought to react by denying this too rigid reign of the traditions of splendor, by insulting the conventional beauty, the classic perfection, and the ideals of the academies and schools. Do you see what he's saying? He's saying they're exacerbated, they're bored, they're sick of the four olds, and they want to destroy it. And so they destroy the traditions of splendor. They remake them in their twisted image. They insult the conventional beauty, the classic perfection, and the ideals and the academy of the academies and schools, the great ones, right? How shall we describe the work of our modern artists, masters of technique, but destitute of inspiration? Isn't that freaking true? Isn't that freaking true? That's a better, I haven't heard a better description of the plight of Hollywood than right there from the 1700s, right? How do we describe the work of our modern artists, masters of technique? These guys know how to edit and do green screen and fade the music properly and do the quick cut transitions and the camera rolling camera angles and the soundscapes. They know how to do all that, even though most of it's done with AI now. But they're destitute of inspiration. Everybody's commenting how this new Odyssey film is just a gray, bleak world. I mean, you're out there filming in the Mediterranean, the most color blessed area of the world, right? One of the beauties of the world. And you're filming in this gray, dark, depressing, like alien landscape. What the hell? You got the technique down, Nolan. No inspiration. Who imagine themselves to produce original work by calmly parroting the sincere awkwardness and the anguished uncertainties of sublime initiators. Meaning they calmly parody. This is what the Odyssey was. It was a parody of the real. That's what these movies are doing. They're rewriting. They did it to Lord of the Rings with this new Rings of Power. It's a parody. It's being done on purpose as a part of an assault on the four olds, as Mao put it. And also because these guys are completely void of creativity anymore. That's why you're getting Batman 27 and a remake of this and a remake of that, which is just horrible, horrible. Like the made-for-TV 1987 version of movies is better than the modern remake. Like, it's so bad. Well, we're getting the explanation here. He continues, they too, these fallen artists, are copyists, but they are going in the wrong direction. These revolutionaries, because they're all ideologues, they're not just artists. They're an artist with a vengeance, right? They're an artist that's actually like an activist, you know. These revolutionaries have no more true independence than those who have submitted to the tradition. That's it. So they're like, I'm getting out of the mold by being in another mold. That's literally the end of it. On them, as on the latter, weighs the formidable yoke of the past. Symbolists by intention, in literature as in painting, they symbolize nothing but vanished dreams and dead emotions. This malady of exasperated impotence reaches a crisis only in the case of poets, painters, and sculptors. The architects have up to the present escaped the fervor because, they got to deal purely in the consequences of real world, right? They do not appear to suffer in any way from their frightful incapacity to conceive of anything outside of the forms which the centuries have established. I guess the only counter argument to that, maybe these guys didn't live to see it, is what's been done to our buildings. We don't build these amazing cathedrals anymore. We burn them down and replace them with these really horrible, Barack Obama museums or whatever, these abstrosities, so there's that argument. But what he is saying, he's like, in their time, at least these architects of their day hadn't quite lost it compared to what he was looking at in the art world, who lost it way, way before. Because don't forget, a lot of the architects would lean on the artists to help them build that beauty and culture into their designs. But there's been a divorce. There's been a divorce between the two, clearly. So theirs is a placid impotence, he says, a serene mullity. They raise up their Neo-Grecian palaces, their Renaissance railway stations, and their pseudo-Gothic villas with the most touching unconsciousness. He's like, basically, they're just fake and gay now. Like, it's just not... We don't have the great artists and storytellers of old. And it has to do with the death of ideas. Now, here we go. Here we go. You guys still good? You still with me? Stay tuned. Getting into the meat here. The disciples of socialism and their mental state. We got to get in to understand the disciples now. The disciples of that ideology. The classification of the disciples of socialism, here it is. Socialism comprises many strongly differing and sometimes strongly contradictory theories. The army of its disciples have scarcely anything in common, save an intense antipathy for the present state of things and vague aspirations towards a new deal, which is destined to procure them better conditions and to replace the old ideals. So he's saying, you've got all these variants of socialism. I've been calling them the different flavors of the same Gatorade, just as a funny way of putting it. And they're at war with each other, right? Like we saw in the 20th century alone, we saw, and I've already done shows on this, we saw the war between the Nazi socialists and the Russian socialists, the communists. There was a rivalry there that people, for some reason, keep tripping over the understanding of what really happened. They think that in that rivalry, there was some good guys and bad guys happening. They don't see it the way it should be seen, which is simply two rival gangs fighting over the exact same turf. It was a gang war, the Bloods and the Crips, like, right? As this has happened many times. And then the various flavors of, say, socialism in Latin America versus way socialism stayed as its course in Africa, or as we see it creeping up in Western countries. And the democratic socialism, which is still based on free market capitalism over in Scandinavian countries that Bernie Sanders likes to talk about. So you got different flavors. But what he's pointing out is the key here. They're the same person. Although all the soldiers of this army appear to be marching together toward the destruction of the inheritance of the past, they are animated by strongly differing sentiments. It is only by examining separately their principal sects that we can attain to all a clear idea of their psychology and hence of their receptivity towards the new doctrines. At first sight, socialism would appear to draw the greater number of its recruits from the popular classes, and more especially from the working classes. The new ideal presents itself to them in this very elementary and therefore very comprehensible shape: less work and more pleasure. In place of an uncertain salary, an often miserable old age, and the slavery of the workshop or factory, often very hard, they are promised a regenerated society in which, thanks to a redistribution of riches by the omnipotence of the state, work will be thoroughly distributed and very light. Remember when they were telling us that, hey, we're not going to have to work 80 hours a week anymore. It's just going to be like maybe 10 hours a week. And they keep promising this. But when they promise it, they're promising it not off of bringing more free market and all these things that we know incentivize productivity. They're doing it off the back of bringing in more socialism. Again, to promise you, just people don't recognize it because of the thing with the old words and the new words. They just think the new words means they changed the doctrine, but they didn't. Like Mao's Great Leap Forward is one thing, and then Klaus Schwab's Great Reset is another. They both contain the word great. And people think, well, one was in communist China, the other is in Switzerland in a different era, so it must be two different things. But they don't study the basic premise of both of those ideologies, both of those methodologies, and realize, oh shit, it's the same. Just classified differently. So that it's the promise, by way of promise, good men are enslaved. That's how it goes. The theorists of socialism think they know the mind of the working class as well. Here we go. Let's pull out the knives now. The theorists of socialism think they know the mind of the working class as well. They really know very little about the matter. So, guys, this might be some silver lining for us. Might be some silver lining. They imagine the elements of persuasion are found in discussion and argument. In reality, they have very different sources. What remains of all their speeches in the vulgar mind? Very little indeed. And by the vulgar mind, he means the collective, the masses, right? The average Joes. When we freely question a workman who calls himself a socialist, if we ignore the shreds of ready-made humanitarian phrases and the stale imprecations against capital, which he repeats mechanically, we find that his socialistic concept is a vague reverie, very like that of the early Christians. In a very distant future, too distant greatly to impress him, he perceives the advent of the kingdom of the poor in fortune and the poor in spirit, the kingdom from which the rich will be jealously expelled, the rich in money and the rich in mind. So he's just pointing out how there's the idea in people's head, and I've had this experience numerous times, where you run up against the well-meaning child in a person. Sorry to be so blunt about it, but that's what it is. the well-meaning magical child thinking view of what the world should be. We can chalk it up to a virtue in a way because it comes from the dream of humanity of having peace and bliss and abundance and utopia, okay? Only to mature into adulthood and realize that we live in a game that has fixed rules, and any utopia we're going to create is restricted by those rules. So that's why you have to mature. You have to mature because reality requires that you mature in order for you to continue to survive. And so when you talk to the average person, and I've done it many times, and I always feel a deep empathy because I was there too, and there's many ways in which I am still there, where we want what's best. We see horrors and we blame someone for the horrors. You see the homeless, you think it's the people that have money that is what's creating the homeless. Nothing whatsoever to do with the will and application of the belief system and the laziness, the drugs, whatever it is that really created the homeless. And that there have been homeless people in every system of all the Greek experiments, of all the ups and downs, except there has been some that have drastically reduced the homelessness problem and the poverty problem drastically, namely freedom models. But because those freedom models also do still continue the inequality of nature, it's not adding more inequality on top of the inequality that is built within the fabric of nature and reality. It's just that because it's based off that system, it increases it. It creates more of it because it's based in that natural order. That gets critiqued, not the natural order. And then because it can't be perfect, because humans are not perfect in the sense of this idealistic magical child thinking view of what perfect is, the decision gets made in the mind of that well-meaning person that we should just blame all the people that are successful, that are genius level, that have applied themselves, that have created things that have lifted people out of poverty or made life better or whatever it is. Anybody that's a winner, right? We're going to go after them. And because the intention in the heart of that person is, well, I just want to help the little guy and help him up. There's nothing wrong with that. That's noble. But it's not very realistic. In the framework you're given by the collectivist, I mean, you could voluntarily help anybody out of poverty that you want to do. If you want to do some good in the world, nobody's stopping you. Maybe stop blaming the system and just do some good in the world, regardless of what unfairness you see in the system that was created by people. And so I had these conversations with people and they start talking all basically collectivistic talking points, especially in Canada, because it's saturated here. We're raised in it. And you go, what about the poor? What about this? What about that? And you go, well, what about the 65 million people that died under Mao Zedong during the Great Leap Forward, where they were all promised the utopia that you're talking about? What about them? You've got many examples of blights, but you're not going to the blights that are at the base of your belief that that's the way to solve this problem you're seeing. So it comes from this thing. And then, but what he's pointing out here is where I want to get to, that they're actually not as collectivistic as you think. They've simply adopted it because their thinking on it is very superficial. And the slick talking points of the adherents of collectivism are just too powerful for their minds to overthrow. They didn't read the counterpoints. So they just kind of default. So you can't really blame them for it, is what I'm saying, right? Can't really blame them for it. And so they start off the conversation with, yeah, the poor, help the poor. Let's get rid of the big fat cats. Let's get rid of all them. And you don't realize what goes out with that. Even if there are some evil fat cats that could use some getting rid of, you're missing out on the fact that you're also talking about people in Canada, for example, that make just more than $150,000 a year, and they actually get up and work, and they're good people. You're also throwing them under the bus. You're also throwing all the geniuses under the bus. You don't see that there's a package that comes with this that has a negative effect. And the minute you start talking about it, they start going, you know what? Yeah, that's a good point. And I've seen it again and again. They just switch. They're like, yeah, good point. Especially with men. I'm sorry. It's just, especially when I'm talking to dudes, they just immediately go, yeah, that makes sense. Good point. And then we move on. It's happened countless times. So I guess I'm trying to give you a silver lining in that don't underestimate the working class. Even if they, on the surface, they kind of go, yeah, fight for our rights. Yeah, inequality. Blah. And then you just go, buddy, come on, go read some of this Gustav Le Bon for 5 minutes. They come back to like, yeah, man, out with that socialist bullshit. I'm on for freedom. Like, it's very quick. So I'm resting on this for our saving grace. Okay, that people get bored with collectivism after a while. Okay, we're resting on that. So he goes on. As for the means of realizing this remote ideal, the workman scarcely dreams of them. The theorists, who know very little of his real nature, have no suspicion that it is precisely in the plebeian that socialism will one day meet its most formidable enemy, on the day when it shall seek to pass from theory to practice. The working classes, and still more the peasants, have the instinct of property at least as highly developed as the middle classes. They are anxious enough to increase their possessions, but they will elect to dispose of the fruits of their labor in their own fashion rather than abandon them to a collectivity, meaning like a government seizure program, although this collectivity may pretend to satisfy all their desires. Such a sentiment has secular origins, and it will always uproar itself as an inviolable wall against every attempt of collectivism. Wow. So he's pretty convinced, as the studies that he's done has shown, that the working class is the target of the socialists. They whisper in the ears, and then they make it look through the media that everybody's on board with all this leftism, right? Or this wokeism. And people kind of go along with it. Don't forget, most people are just performing for friends. They don't genuinely believe a lot of this shit. It was like during the pandemic I saw in the group. Oh yeah, track and trace, 2 masks. Oh, put over the nose, make sure. Hand sanitizer, do the Holy Sacrament, right? Everybody was in on that. And then when you see them alone or you're with them at a beer, they come over and none of that shit is followed. Because they don't have to perform for certain people they don't want to be ousted from their group by. Maybe their wife, maybe their grandma, maybe whatever, right? You remember that? And ultimately, which group rebelled against the medical tyranny that reared its ugly head for 5 minutes? Well, it was the working class, the truckers, the farmers, the gardeners, the soccer moms, the average Joes. They were the ones that said, we're done with this mandate bullshit. So, but every single one of them at the beginning were like, yeah, we better lock it down. We better do all this to save the elderly and immunocompromised at all costs. We must do. And they followed the Fauci model and the WHO model, which was just collectivism smuggled in through the medical side. They went with it, and then they revolted because why? Why did they revolt? It hit their wallets. It hit their ability to move and work normally. It threw them out of routine. It annoyed them. They got sick and tired of hearing about it. And they went, fuck you guys. We're revolting. We're going to go honk in your face until you let it up. And I'm praying, and Gustav Le Bon is showing you the data. He's like, don't sleep on the middle and the lower classes, or the working classes, if you will. They're only loosely affiliated with the memes of the collectivists, because they don't like their lot in life, and they do feel like someone is oppressing them. And there are people that are oppressing them. Okay. Turns out that there's champagne socialists that are doing it, not this industrial free market type person that was a caricature drawn by these adherents for them. And so don't sleep on these guys, because once it hits their wallet, which is what's happening now, that's why everybody's dropping this leftist bullshit. They're dropping the woke. Sadly, a lot of them are jumping into the other net of this woke right, which is pretending to be the cure, which is just theocracy and collectivism in disguise to fight another version of theocracy and collectivism. But that's going to be short-lived as well, in my hope and dream anyways, because of this factor that he's pointing out. It's only loose affiliation on the surface, but once it hits people directly, they're going to drop it like a hot potato. That's what we're all hoping for. Now, you want to know why they rig elections? Why that's one of their calling cards? Why it's actually essential for them to keep playing the game? If these people are psychologically self-murdered, let's just say, they've murdered the individual within themselves, the individual that is full of that capacity to create in this world from an authentic place. They've destroyed that. Well, what rises in its place as your operating system? Fraud, lies, deception, conspiracy, delusions. And you become conspiratorial by nature. You become that because it's your only way of surviving now that you're working outside of reality. You're working in delusional fantasy land. You're going to operate the way someone in delusional fantasy land would operate, which is very unauthentically. And you can't win by merit. These people don't believe in merit. They reject merit of all form. So they don't want to win a fair election, to have their ideas win in the battle of ideas legitimately through earned victory. They don't want that. They don't want that. So they got to rig it. So here we go. The only well-defined result of the socialist propaganda among the working classes has been to sow the opinion that they are exploited by their employers, and that by changing the government, they would receive higher wages and far less work. This was the sales pitch they gave to the working men. But their conservative instincts withhold the majority of them from rallying to this idea. He's saying the conservative instincts of the working man will always hold them back from fully going for it. At the elections of 1893, out of 10 million electors, only 556,000 gave their votes to socialist deputies, and the latter number only 49. This low percentage, which showed hardly any increase at the elections of 1898, proves how tenacious are the conservative interests among the working classes. So he's saying it was a false vote that got them in. The vast majority did not vote for the socialist parties, even though they had been getting hit from all the socialist propaganda for years. They still defaulted to the conservative instinct. It's pretty incredible. So they've got to rig it. They've got to rig the stats. Remember that Bill Gates' favorite book, How to Lie with Statistics, right? You got to rig the stats. You got to rig the journals. You got to rig the academic paraphernalia and the manuals. You've got to rig the elections. You've got to rig the economy. Because that's why the rigging takes place, because they're trying to rig reality. Those institutions once upon a time were supposed to be a representation for reality. When they got captured by delusional ideologues, they had to change it into a criminal racket, because that's all that's left when you're operating outside of reality. That's why that's their calling card, and that's why you can smell them from a mile away. I told you, man, bombshells. Here's the real reason they must destroy the family unit and small businesses. If you're a small business owner, if you're someone that has a family or is aspiring to have a family of your own, listen up. There is another fundamental reason which singularly hinders the propagation of socialistic ideas. The number of workmen who are small proprietors and small stockholders is increasing on all hands. The little house, the smallest one can imagine, the small share, though it be only a fraction of a share, suddenly transforms its possessor into a calculating capitalist and develops his instincts of property to an astonishing extent. That's why I always say, I ask these liberals or these lefties, do you have kids? No, I don't want to pollute the environment. Have you ever run a business? Yeah, I did some comics or something once. I sold some essential oils. Okay, that's not a business. All right. So you start getting the information, right? Because if they had done one of those two things, you'd watch how quickly they're suddenly like, yeah, man, I totally hear what you're saying. As soon as he has a family, a house, and a few savings, the workman becomes immediately a stubborn conservative. The socialist, above all, the anarchist socialist, is usually a bachelor without a home, a means, or a family. That is to say, a nomad. And in all ages, the nomad has been a refractory and a barbarian. When the evolution of economics has made the workman the proprietor of a part, as small as one chooses to suppose, of the factory that he works in, his conceptions of the relations between labor and capital will undergo a complete change because he's not going to feel like a victim anymore. The proof is furnished by the few workshops in which such transformations have already been realized, and also by the mental state of the peasant, meaning the average person. Don't take offense to the fact that he's calling peasants and all this. This is just, 1800s, different time. But did you get this? This became a problem for them, this Communist International. They went, oh shit, we got this problem here where our number one target demographic, we can throw all the resources into propaganda and framing, reframing, and all these activities to try to convert them to the faith. But the minute they get a little taste of reality and they get a little taste of, hey, maybe instead of hating on all these guys that are creating their own wealth, why don't I create my own wealth? And the fact that I can is amazing. So why don't I do that? Oh, I'm going to have a family. Well, I got to provide for that family. Oh, and they just start going, they go, yeah, enough with all this socialist collectivism. And the Communist International, shit, it's never going to work. We're never going to be able to do this. Well, why do you think one of the number one planks was, we need to dissolve this pesky thing called a family unit. And we need to get all the women out of the home and into the workforce so that the state can raise the kids. Remember that precept by the old socialists was the state takes that child and raises them, not the family. Because how else do you get a state man, an institutionalized man? You get them at the age of 0 to 7 and you totally form the basis of their atavism, right? So you don't want family units running around. Family units represent independence. Pioneering families that could have land and farming and then, not only just feed themselves easily, but also feed and benefit the community, which then starts a trade bartership, which then evolves into an actual economic system, which then actually create, and off we go. And then the government goes in, whoa, these guys are making too much bank. Everybody's doing too well. They don't need us anymore. They don't need us collectivists to run their lives anymore. Who's going to micromanage them? So they go, well, we're just going to work on dissolving that family unit and we're going to attack the small businesses. And again, I bring you back to the pandemic era. Do you remember? I'm a small business owner. Want me to tell you my story again? I'm sure you've got yours. Your small business, which was probably way better equipped to have smaller groups of people coming in and out than fucking Costco or Target or Walmart or McDonald's, which were all allowed to stay open and which are all international corporations, which are a blight to true free markets, by the way. I'm a free market. You're a free market. You got a little business. You're a free market. We got flushed out. We got shut down. Our economy in Canada is not suffering because of Trump's tariffs. Our economy in Canada is suffering because of that shit. And more than that, that pandemic was just another blow to the small businesses, which are what make this economy, which are what make this country. We've been replaced by multinational corporations that don't give a shit about Canada. And they stayed open by government decree. And all the rest of us, Adam's Barbecue, this guy's little food truck, shut down. Most of them never to return. I go to Victoria. I went out on the town a couple weeks ago. Half the places are still closed. Then you add on all the other things like the inflation and the borrowing and the spending and everything that just destroys your capital, your resource. And now you can't, the reason people are waking up is because it's hitting their bank account, the gas prices, the food prices, the housing prices. But those of us who are entrepreneurs, we were on the front lines. We've already suffered the worst of it. You're just catching up if you're just the working man. And it's a good thing you are. But we're learning about this. We're learning the targets of this ideology hit the family, the true body of the church, which is there to keep those good ideas alive, those connecting cultural ideas and all those things alive. They got to get in on everything. The true family unit. And then everything else goes as a product of that. Look where we're at with the censorship bills coming in to shut everybody up so we don't complain about any of this stuff. Oh, in come the waves of mass migration, of ideologies that are 100% baked in collectivism, cradle to grave in those cultures. In the culture. There's always people that come from those cultures and totally go, no, I'm in for the freedom. That's different. Mass migration of peoples that come from collectivist dogmas, been raised cradle to grave with it, and the worst forms of it, by the way, are coming in, moving next door, and they're playing dress up with you and playing house with you. And you're expecting cultural cohesion, peace and security. No, what are we getting? More violent crime, more division, more laws. At the same time that Hollywood and all the artists are just defecating on our cultural traditions and the good ideas. At the same time that all of our priests are all shaking hands with the devil. Right? But where did it go wrong? It went wrong way, way, way back a few steps. Back to where those concessions were first made along the way. And then one concession leads to another, leads to another, leads to another, to the point where here we are. Right? They're letting all the pedophiles free, all the burglars and murderers free, and they're arresting people for speech. That's where we are. But it all started with the ushering in of bad ideas. Now, here we go. The part you all tuned in for, the directing classes. I know we want to learn about them. Let's get into the directing classes. So this is the whole quote. This is pretty powerful because this is like, if I haven't given you enough coffin nails of this, this will end it. This is where it goes to smithereens, is this section. Okay. So I know we're 3 hours in, but stick with me a little more. The directing classes. A fact that largely aids the progress of socialism, writes M.D. Lafley, is its gradual invasion of the upper and educated classes. This is what really got me interested in this study, was how the hell are some of the most wealthy motherfuckers, the most powerful royal family members, how are they swindled by this? And then you find out to your horror, it's not that they've been swindled en masse, it's that they know everything I'm saying. They know who Gustave Le Bon is. They know who they've seen it. They look at this opportunistically. Right? But here we go. Again, and we're going the upper. He's coming down a peg. I was talking there about like high table, very elite level. Okay. He's coming down to just your college professors, your university professors, your elites, upper class. What swindles them? These are the people that benefited from capitalism, benefited from free market. Why are they betraying it? Well, here we go. The factors of this invasion, to my mind, he says, are several orders. The contagion of fashionable beliefs. That's a huge one. Most of these guys just want to kind of be fashionable and they're part of their little cliques, right? Fear, of course, they're afraid, and indifference. They walk in their own bubble, okay? A large proportion of the middle classes, writes Signor Garofalo, while regarding the socialist movement with a certain trepidation, are convinced today that it is irresistible and inevitable. Among this number are those candid souls who are ingeniously enamored of the socialist ideal and see it the aspiration toward the reign of justice and universal felicity. There was a good argument someone made that a lot of these champagne socialists, that's who we're talking about right now, they can at some point be laden with a great deal of guilt about their success, because the crabs in the bucket were successful around them in making them succumb to this feeling of guilt. And so they get all the wealth, they make it all the way up to the top, and the fast ride of the cocaine and the yachts and the chicks and whatever whatever it is, the Epstein Islands, whatever, it just gets to be like, oh, it's a bit dull, it's a bit dull, and they get bored with it. So like, well, I got everything, I don't know what else I'm going to do. And then they all suddenly adopt this like feeling of righteousness. They all find Jesus, or they find some guru. They go join a Hare Krishna movement, or they go down to the Baka, run by what's his name up there. There's little cults and shrine, and they go to the World Economic Forum, and and they come back and they go, well, and they're totally separate. They don't live even close. They're in gated, secure communities. Like, they don't live the lives that the average folk live, but they just suddenly start to look at the average working class as like their little pets or something. And they go, well, we gotta throw them some more kibble. And so that's why you've got your Justin Trudeau's out there lecturing the world on the redistribution of wealth while he just got off his private jet and partying with Katy Perry in Hollywood. And, you don't want to know the kind of bill that mofo racked up on his as his tenure of prime minister, just personally, the bill he racked up, let alone the bill of the entire country. But, these are the people lecturing us. And if everybody's kind of puzzled with this blatantly obvious hypocrisy, where you have Nancy Pelosi and AOC and Bernie Sanders with his mansions lecturing about redistribution of wealth and all, like, it's always for thee, but not for me. Right? So what Laban is getting into here is like some of the instincts that have captured these people, the psychological drives that capture them. And then I think that this is part of a bigger setup by the high table guys, the real kingpins who don't give a shit about any of this. They're just looking for it opportunistically. They would look at this as the perfect recipe for success. The reason those guys above, like at the capstone level, the reason they adopt socialism and collectivism is simply because it's the easiest control mechanism. They don't care about love and light and helping the little guy. They roll them over with tanks all the time. They don't care. Okay. But it's appealing. They're into it because it's a powerful little guilt mechanism they can use to recruit people into the round table. Okay. So that's kind of how I see it. But let's let him continue. There we have simply the expression of a superficial and unreasoning sentiment accepted through contagion. So the contagion for him is this idea of a weaponized altruism or suicidal empathy, as we could call it. And they get captured by it. Okay. To adopt a political or social opinion only when, after mature reflection, it appears to respond to the reality of things, and is a process apparently impossible to the average Latin mind, meaning those minds that grew up as collectivism being the ultimate moral thing. If in the adoption of an opinion, political, social, or religious, we were to employ a fractional part of the lucidity and reflection which the pettiest of grocers employs in a matter of business, we should not be, as we are in political or religious questions, at the mercy of our circumstances or sentiments of an hour's fashion. We should not be floating, as it were, at the mercy of the events and opinions of the moment. But of course, these people are captured by that, right? He's saying we should be grounded in reason, but we aren't. Socialistic tendencies today are far more prevalent among the middle classes than amongst the populace. They spread by simple contagion and with remarkable rapidity. Philosophers, literatures, writers, and artists follow the movement with docility and contribute actively to spread it. The theater, books, pictures even, are becoming more and more steeped in this tearful and sentimental socialism, which is entirely reminiscent of the humanitarianism of the controlling classes at the time of the revolution. And I would call it an inauthentic and fake humanitarianism. The guillotine promptly taught them that in the struggle for life, one cannot renounce self-defense without at the same stroke renouncing life. Considering with what compliance the upper classes are today allowing themselves to be progressively disarmed, the historian of the future will feel only contempt for their lamentable want of foresight and will not lament their fate. Meaning, these elites have their own atavistic memory of dealing with an enraged crowd of people that want to chop their heads off in the street and celebrate it. They never forgot that. So they're like, well, we need to appease the crowd because, man, we've done well for ourselves and we know they're going to come with torches any minute to burn us out. So let's become fake advocates and become virtue signaling people. We'll become virtue signalers and we'll become sort of like inauthentic advocates of socialism, even though that socialist policy would completely unseat all of our wealth and success immediately and have us work in the mines. It's better that we play pretend so that we don't get burned out right away than to just be unapologetic free market people. And I think that's what it is. I think that's what one of the main driving forces. And it's all a theater. It's all theater production. And then also don't forget this whole thing about disarming. Yeah, isn't it these elite people or middle class college professors or doctor like, yeah, we really need to get rid of all the icky guns and weapons, right? And they're the ones that do it. And you go, what are you going to do to defend yourself when the torch bearing mob comes? And they go, wow, no, I already shook hands with the state, so the state is going to protect me, and I've got private security, and I'm good. And they have guns. And it's like, yeah, but have you seen what's happened in a lot of these Latin countries where that just isn't enough? The people swarm in and they just take it over and kill you all, right? Like, you seen that? And they still won't wake up to it. They still keep advocating, get rid of the guns, get rid of self-defense, open the borders, let everybody in, open the prisons in Nigeria and send them over. Like, these are the people advocating for this. And so just for those people, you've been told already that the historians of the future will feel only contempt for your lamentable want of oversight, and your fate will not be lamented simply because you've just egregiously violated natural law to a degree that you're just going to get what's coming, unfortunately. That's not a threat. I'm just saying historically that's what happens, right? You're advocating for the loss of border protection and the right to self-defense, and you will be target number one once the masses get wind of the fact that you betrayed them and that you have no means of defense. Your doors will be the first ones kicked in, and you voted it in the whole way. That's why it's not lamented. You brought it upon yourself, and you've sadly done it to your whole country at the same time. You see the problem? So, of course, now we move on to the next thing, which is fear. Fear is the mind killer, right? Is the little death that brings total obliteration. Well, here you go. Fear is another of the factors which favor the propagation of socialism among the bourgeoisie. The bourgeoisie, writes the author I quoted by now, are afraid. They grope about irresolutely, and hope to save themselves by concessions, forgetting that this is the most insensate policy imaginable, and that indecision, parleyings, and the desire to content everybody are faults of character which, by an eternal injustice, the world has always cruelly punished, more cruelly than if they had been mere crimes. So there's your warning. The last of the factors which I cited, the factor of indifference, if it does not directly favor the propagation of socialism, at least facilitates it by restraining people from fighting it. Skeptical indifference, is my bad French, as the current saying goes, is the great malady of the modern bourgeoisie. Skeptical indifference. When do the declamations and assaults of an increasing minority, which is pursuing with fervor the realization of an ideal, nothing is opposed but indifference? One may be sure that the triumph of that minority is very near at hand. Are the worst enemies of society those who attack it, or those who do not even give themselves the trouble of defending it? There's the final indictment there. And if you see your elites not defending your civilization, not defending your country, and not defending the principles that make it great, they are considered among the enemies that are trying to destroy it. And they're considered the worst offenders. Not a good place to be. Now, I love this bit. I've been waiting for this one. This is demi-savants and doctrinaires. So this goes out to our academics. He says, I apply the term demi-savant to those who have no other knowledge than that contained in books, and who consequently know absolutely nothing of the realities of life, which is what most of these academics are. They are the product of our schools and universities, those lamentable factories of degeneration whose disastrous effects have been exposed by Taine, Paul Bourget, and many others. Guys, they were having this problem back in the 1800s. I feel like he's writing this today. It's incredible. He continues, a professor, a scholar, or a graduate of one of our great colleges is always for years and often all his life nothing but a demi-savant. It is from the ranks of the demi-savant, and notably from the ranks of unemployed licensates and bachelors of the universities, outcasts from society whom the state has been unable to place, ushers discontented with their lot. Now we're getting to some psychological factors here. University professors who find their merits overlooked, so they're a little jealous of the other guys that have better parking spaces than them and bigger apartments than them, bigger tenures than them, more grants than them, more book deals than them. They feel overlooked. And he says it's of these people that the most dangerous disciples of socialism are recruited, and even the worst anarchists. The last anarchist executed in Paris was an unsuccessful candidate from the École Polytechnique, a man unable to find any employment for his useless and superficial science, and consequently the enemy of a society which was not wise enough to appreciate his merits, of course, and naturally anxious to replace it by a new world in which the vast capacities he supposed himself to possess would have found an outlet. The discontented demi-savant is the worst of malcontents. I'm going to do that one again. The discontented demi-savant is the worst of malcontents. It is this discontent that explains the frequency of socialism among certain bodies of individuals. Schoolmasters, for example, who always consider themselves ill-used and unappreciated. I was reading this by my little campfire. My girls were off doing something, and I was just at the campsite by myself. I'm sitting there, wind's going through the trees. I'm just reading this, and it just hit me. When you get to the motivations why people grasp ideas, they will convince you. And these intellectuals are very good at rhetoric, right? So they'll pull this fancy rhetoric to skirt around the roots of what drives them. They will tell you what drives their desperate cry for more socialism and collectivism, and therefore totalism and tyranny, and poverty for everybody. What they justify it as is that they have a better argument than, they're smarter than Marx. They're smarter than all these guys. They have a better way. And it's an overcomp syndrome. It comes from deep feeling of inadequacy. It's little man syndrome. I didn't get up the pole. I did all the things. I paid my student loans. I read all the books. I was a good little academic. And I didn't quite get recognized for my genius. These people feel cheated by the process of individuation and individuality that I was talking about, where only the individual mind can be the genius mind, can be the inventive mind, can be the creative mind. And they went, yeah, I used to believe it until I didn't get promoted up the chain and I didn't get recognized by who? The collective. They've been collectivists this whole time. Their entire self-view is completely based on their status up the pole. Whereas the true individualism is you are satisfied with yourself and who you are and your pros and cons and your perfect imperfection and all these. You are in love with that. You are in communion with that. You are accepting of that. You are there, whether people recognize you or not, whether they recognize your efforts or not. You're still doing those efforts. You're still actualizing your potential. Even if there's one person watching, no person watching, or a million people watching, you're still doing the good work of forging yourself and expressing who you are in this life and bringing those raw talents that were given to you as a gift from nature, from God, from whatever you want. You'll do that work regardless of the clapping of the crowd. But see, these people need desperately the validation of their peers, the validation of the crowd, to a psychopathic level. Like it's to a really bad level that they need this. You can be motivated by having respect from respectable people. You can be motivated by getting some fame and some success. Nothing wrong with that. Go for it. But what happens when you don't reach it? Or what happens if it's short-lived? And you have no backup plans? You're just a malcontent now. You're the little man now. You're with resentment and envy of those that did get promoted above you. Hopefully through merit and not DEI. So what do? You become a champion of DEI to mask, to create another foundation so all the other budding intellectuals and future professors and future poets and future writers and philosophers and scientists can come out and only realize, oh, it's a leveled playing field. It's an artificially leveled playing field. What's my incentive? They want to destroy your incentive because their incentive was destroyed by themselves. So misery love company, right? Well, so do malcontents. Malcontents love other malcontents as company, and they will team up with other malcontents to bring ruin to a system that demands fairness and meritocracy, because they feel betrayed by that. It wasn't the system of meritocracy or free market enterprise or freedom of thought or any of that that was the problem. It's that they failed as individuals to bring out something that was valuable to the public. And therefore, it's not themselves to blame, personal responsibility, which can be remedied. You can go at it again. You can find it in another area. Maybe you just picked the wrong ship. Maybe there's a better plan for you. Maybe there's a better field of success for you. And maybe you should actually be grateful for any measure of success you got. If you got 5 students sitting in your class, you've got gold right there. You don't need the big money and the Porsche and the screaming fans at the book signings to do good in this world. And it's funny that it's these people that get all virtuous now. They're the ones preaching the good of the world and the little guy and the leveling, when deep down they're just, it's a lie. It's a lie. We can all see through it. So I thought this was just scathing. I think it keeps going. Yeah. The learned Italian criminologist Signor Garofalo recounts a remark made by one of his compatriots. All the masters in Piedmont, where I spent some time last year, are ardent socialists. You should hear them talk to their pupils. It is the same in France. And it is perhaps from among our university instructors and professors that socialism draws more recruits. The chief leader of the French socialists is an ex-professor of the university. A judicious critic, M. Maurice Tomler, has recently drawn attention in a leading journal to the stupefying fact that this socialist, having applied for authorization to deliver a course on collectivism at the Sorbonne, 16 professors out of the 37 supported his request. To show what the opinions of the candidate for this chair of socialism are like, M. Talmer gives the following extract from one of his lectures. Quote, "When we have destroyed everything, we shall construct from top to bottom the social republic on the blood-stained and smoking ruins of what was once reactionary France." These people only understand violence and destruction. They only understand violence and destruction as a resort because it's desperation. There's no other option. I can't convince the working classes to be communistic, right? I can't convince people to just give up their land and give up their wealth and give up their families and give up their. So if I can't get up to the top, well, nobody can. Let's destroy it all and burn it all to the ground. They only know violence. It's an atavistic callback to that primitive state of the tribal man. Violence to solve problems, collectivism de jure as the dominating principle. It's a default back when moving forward requires too much vitality, too much courage, too much out of the box thinking, too much forging yourself, too much shadow work, too much personal responsibility, too much facing reality, too much mastery of yourself. So if you can't master yourself, what's the default? Well, I'm going to go master others then. That's who these people are in a nutshell. That's why it's totalitarianism and it's not kumbaya. It can never be. Don't expect life-giving philosophies from dead people, corpses walking. Don't expect it. Oh, he continues more here. Then he adds, what is the general spirit of the university today? The majority of the professors are sane, but they are side by side with a minority who are afflicted with gangrene, and a singularly virulent gangrene. They're comparing gangrene to the pestilence of socialism. It is not an unheard of thing, and one full of incalculable promises, this manifestation of the 16 of the soul-born at the present hour. Are there really to be found there, instituted, maintained, and consecrated by the state, 16 professors of history, rhetoric, poetry, and whatnot, who are perfectly ready to suppress individual property, to abolish the army, and to continue on its ruins from the sentry boxes of the Prussian soldiers, the lessons they have delivered to us up to the present from their chairs? Our university instructors make over much noise for their number, but their number, however, does not appear negligible, and all these muddy consciences of pedants who call themselves troubled consciences show us of what rancid pride and blustery hypocrisy they are made. So he's just pointing again the hypocrisy and the fake virtue signaling. The actual condition of certain university functionaries denotes more than the fondness of being in advance. A cynical skepticism, an ardent habit of ranting, and a vague delirium of destruction are strangely combined in the impotent spirit of the day, and plenty of our professors today are only too much of their time. They push too far the puerility of believing in nothing, and run too instinctively to anything that seems to represent a science or too corrosive manifestations of any kind. Believing in nothing? This is what we're being taught today in school. This is what the kids are being taught. So old it's new. They are too fond of dangerous courses and evil doctrines because they are dangerous courses and evil doctrines. They basically saying they love it. You think they love it for some good altruism for mankind. No, they love dangerous courses and evil doctrines precisely because they are dangerous courses and evil doctrines, precisely because they are trying to mete out havoc on the society that they resent. You can't fall for the sheep's clothing that they wear, okay? And they went on too many occasions to too much fermented pretension and malevolence. Consider carefully the university professor and his unsolicited intervention in recent affairs, and you will see it exclusively under two aspects. He was there to destroy and to exhibit himself. You see people there to exhibit themselves, like on TikTok and all that. The gross exhibitionism, the over the top exhibitionism. You're getting a sight into the psyche. The over the top need to destroy. Destruction is the instinct. It's the knee-jerk reaction of these people. You can tell it by the way they talk. You can tell it by the way they argue with you. It's just destroy, destroy, destroy. You will know them by their psychological traits. He puts himself forward without motive. Basically, he overly advertises himself when he wasn't asked to explain anything about himself. We call these the overly self-promoting. When you're overly self-promoting, it shows how deeply lacking in self-confidence you actually are. By the feigning of confidence, you are demonstrating, by the overcompensation, you're demonstrating that you have zero confidence. So he puts forward himself without motive, in an attitude without frankness, sobbing without tears, meaning fake, and degrades, corrupts, and demolishes without reason. There is no reason. You can't be reasonable with this type of person. He has the appearance of a pedant, but he is an anarchist. He is one of these collectivists. It is because the half science of the demi-savant obscures the instinctive institutions that its intervention in social affairs is so often harmful. Social failures, misunderstood geniuses, lawyers without clients, writers without readers, doctors without patients, professors ill paid, graduates without employments, clerks whose employers disdain them for their insufficiency, puffed up university instructors. These are the natural adepts of socialism. Now, that's a statement. Have you paid attention at all to the types of people that really die on this hill? Especially from that directing class level in the academics. And I'm also describing your average mainstream media journalist pundit as well, okay? It's all the same, part and parcel. But think about it. This is the motivation. These are the social failures, the misunderstood geniuses, the lawyers without clients, the writers without readers. What are they? They victimize themselves, and then they recruit you into victimology, and then they look for destruction of all that is good. And this then tells you why Ayn Rand labeled these people, they're possessed by the hatred of the good for being good. Because the good succeeded by their goodness, and they were rewarded for their goodness. And they didn't quite achieve it for some reason. So they blame circumstance, they blame nature, they blame objective reality. They don't want the consequences. They don't know the Rocky mantra of just get knocked down 10 times, stand up 10 times, right? Reforge, go at it again. They don't understand the key to success is failure. They don't get that. They didn't study that. They studied the ideologues of collectivism. And they went, well, I'm a writer without a reader. I'm going to take my vengeance out on the world. I'm a doctor without any patients. I'm going to take my vengeance out on the world. I'm a professor that's ill paid. Vengeance. Graduates without employment. Vengeance. Clerks without employers who disdain them for their insufficiency. Well, those guys need to be taken down a few pegs. Has nothing whatsoever to do with the lack of integrity and self-discipline that I should require. Let's blame it on all the people above me. So their dream is to create by violent means. They want to create a society by violent means in which they will be the masters. This is the motivation. Because they couldn't master it in the real world, they couldn't cut it in the real world, they are motivated and incentivized to help create the fake world that they believe they will be the lieutenants, they will be the slave masters. We've seen it in myth and legend, in the story 300. think about this. Great story, whether we're just talking the mythological version of the story or the historical accounts or whatever. But in the movie, they did a good job of illustrating this. But there's the character who is the hunchback, right? And he goes up to meet King Leonidas, who is bringing his best 300 Spartans to fight off the invading Persian army, because the Senate wouldn't give him the full army because they were in the purse of the invading army, kind of like the situation we're in right now. So Leonidas leads his best 300 Spartans to die on the hill of defending Greece, or defending Sparta. And he's looking for the best of the best, the creme de la creme, the merit of merit. You functionally have to be able to hold your shield at a certain height and thrust your spear at a certain speed and angle and work as a unit. And you must be trained, and you're a warrior forged, through the practices of the Spartan warrior program, right? Like, that's who Leonidas wants to go and bleed and die beside, not, unfortunately, a guy who has no combat training, who is completely physically incapable of even lifting a shield, let alone keeping the phalanx in shape, right? So he tells the guy honestly and kindly, as the guy says, I want to be a Spartan. Look, I can throw a spear. I can wear the shield. Look, I've got the armor and everything. I can wear the suit you wear. I can stand on the line you stand. And Leonidas, with kindness in his eyes, says, there are many talents you have, but I need to see you hold your shield. Can you hold it to this level? And he can't. I need you to see you throw your spear. And you throw that spear, and he can't. Couldn't even hit a target 4 feet away. And he goes, sadly, I need men who can hold that wall. I need men who can throw that spear. We'll have to find another use for you. And Leonidas plays the role of reality that a man meets when he overestimates a quality of himself and says, I can be Batman. And then Batman's like, I'm not wearing hockey pads, bud. Right? But I'm Batman too. No, there can only be one. Sorry. And then with nature's doing this every day to you, telling you no, 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 no. And so what does this hunchback character do to Leonidas? He doesn't sit back and take it, all right, you know what? He's right. I had a dream. I wanted to be a Spartan warrior. Turns out I'm not cut out for it. Maybe I should look to my other services, the other talents I've been given. Maybe there's other talents that he could have that could help with, I don't know, reconnaissance or cooking or something, Someone's got to clean up, help the horses, right? Like, there's got to be something this man can contribute, to which he would feel proud. But he couldn't take it. His ego couldn't take it. So little man syndrome rises up and says, well, if I can't be a Spartan on the front line, none of them can. And I'm going to go and court the enemy, let them in the gates, be a traitor to my entire civilization because I couldn't have what I felt I deserved I should have. It's the resentment. It's the entitlement. That's the story of that character. Doesn't matter if he existed in history or not. That is what we're dealing with, my friends. That. It's impossible to ignore. Their mental state may be compared to those Kafirs whose rudimentary psychology was recently depicted in one of the journals in the following terms, quote, attracted by the promise of gain, they enlist themselves en masse in the mines where they work at very low wages with the sole ambition of saving some 50 or 60 pounds with which they can return to their village, not without having first acquired a fashionable silk hat, a red umbrella, and a pair of boots. In this remarkable attire, they install themselves at the doors of their huts while making women and children work for them under pain of the lash. So these little man syndrome people go work the mines for the masters, and then they come back and be little fake pretend masters to the people that are below their station over back at the village. I've seen this a bazillion times in the world of martial arts. Same plague, same instincts. To this category of demi-savants belong the most of the doctrinaires who formulate in poisonous publications the theories their ingenious disciples at once begin to propagate. There are the generals who appear to direct the soldiers, but who really confine themselves to following them. They form a small majority whose influence is far more apparent than real. In reality, they do little else than transform aspirations, which they have not created, into noisy invective and give them that dogmatic form which permits the leaders to appear in print. Their books are often a sort of evangelas. So they're like, these are the evangelicals of these books. Oh, Mark Carney is the bestest of the bestest. Barack Obama is just the greatest of the greatest. There is not a socialist who does not or what is it, Hassan Piker? Oh, I would never dare besmirch the good name of Mao Zedong. He is just such a saint. There is not a socialist who does not constantly invoke the work of Karl Marx on capital, but I very much doubt if 1 in 10,000 has ever turned over the leaves of this indigestible volume, meaning they didn't actually read it. The obscurity of such works is, however, a fundamental condition of their success. Like the Bible for the Protestant clergy, they constitute a sort of prophetic conjuring book, which one has only to open at random to find, provided that one possesses faith, the solution of any question in the world. So they're just saying they convert these books into like holy books now. The doctrinaire then may be highly educated, that in no way saves him from being always obtuse and ingenuous, and most often an envious malcontent as well. So you can be educated. You could have jumped through all the hoops and gotten all the PhDs, and you can try to lord that over everybody, right? But have you done your soul work? Have you done your shadow work? Have you forged yourself into a real man or a real woman? Nope. Your education didn't save you from becoming an envious malcontent, which means you weren't educated, you were indoctrinated. So struck only by one side of a question, he remains in ignorance of the march of events and their recurrence. He is incapable of understanding anything of the complexity of social phenomena. So he's not out there. He's in a bubble. He's in an academic bubble. He doesn't know the complexities of social phenomena. He doesn't live amongst the people in their day to day. He doesn't work in a small business to create value. Look at all these politicians. They're professional career politicians who've never actually created anything, let alone manage that which they created. So they're good to manage what you created, all right, eh? Send it all over to other countries and destroy your country. You want to know why? This is why. He is incapable of understanding anything of the complexity of social phenomena or economic necessities, like the incentive problem that the socialists have, of atavistic influences. They know nothing of this. Most people today know nothing of this, atavistic influences, or of the passions which really rule men. They don't really know. Having no guide but a bookish and rudimentary logic, he readily believes that his ideas are about to transform the evolution of humanity and overcome destiny. These people are grossly deluded, which is why they don't mind teaching delusions to your children and passing the contagion around. The lubrications of all these noisy doctrinaires are sufficiently vague, and their ideal of the future society sufficiently chimerical. But one thing is not at all chimerical, and that is their furious hatred of the actual state of society and their burning desire to destroy it. That's what they secretly want. And that's why the result of them being at work in their positions is actually what is creating the destruction. So now we got to do a little bit on the psychology of the crowd. Super important. So here we go. The crowd may become cruel, but it is above all altruistic. Now, this is something he's going to give a little point to the crowd here. He's done already the scathing review, but he's also going to show something that I felt really was important to bring up. So the crowd may become cruel, but it is above all altruistic and is as easily led away to sacrifice itself as to destroy others. So that's the blight. That's the problem. That's why collectivism will always result in ruin, because this is sort of the default setting of the crowd. It thinks it's doing good, but it goes and just destroys and ruins everything. Dominated by the subconscious. This is where everybody falls off the wagon. They don't take this into consideration. The crowd is dominated by the subconscious. Only the individual can be dominated by the conscious. Okay? So dominated by the subconscious, it has a morality and a generosity which are always tending towards activity, while those of the individual generally remain contemplative and most frequently are limited to his speeches because he works in the conscious mind. Reflection and reasoning most frequently lead to egoism, and egoism, so deeply rooted in the isolated individual, is a sentiment unknown to the crowd. And he's not talking about egoism like the way we use the word egotistical in a negative sense, like narcissism. He's just talking about the fact that you have an ego and a superego, and there's just the faculties of your mind. There's a purpose for it, right? It's an identification that you are an individual. That starts in the ego, okay? So reflection and reasoning most frequently lead to egoism, and egoism, so deeply rooted in the isolated individual, is a sentiment unknown to the crowd, simply because the crowd cannot reason and reflect. They just literally don't have that capacity. They're dominated by the subconscious. The subconscious cannot reason and reflect. It's just the muddy pool that the reasoning, reflective part of your mind, which can only happen in the individuated mind, can pull out and then reflect upon that subconscious. So if the crowd is the agent of the subconscious and the individual the agent of the conscious, now do you see the problem? Why the IQ of the crowd is so darn low? It literally does not possess the faculty of reason. No religions, no empires could ever have been founded had the armies of their disciples been able to reason and reflect. This is the other fact. None of the cults, and I'm talking pro and con, the good and the bad, none of it would have been created without this. So we're not demonizing the crowd aspect or the collective unconscious. It has a function, but fear can warp it, and frightened minds with malcontented envy can taint it and weaponize it to their cause. That's where the issue is. Let's make sure that's the distinction. That's what I got from reading this. So no religions, no empires could ever have been founded had the armies of their disciples been able to reason and reflect. Because they would have been like, oh, what we're doing? We're killing all these guys. We're burning all these villages of women and children. What are we doing? Really? Only the individual has to deal with the crisis of conscience. But the group goes, well, that's what we were ordered to, and we must to save the thing and do the religion. And they're like, oh, okay, let's go. Right? That's why these more collectivistic religiously dominated cultures, I won't mention any names, that's why they work overtime and almost like too much to instantiate every possible form of collectivism they possibly can to maintain that, to maintain the no reasoning faculty, to keep that muted in those people, to make sure they never, ever, ever discover their individuality, because then the whole thing comes apart. They don't have the ability to reason and reflect. Very few soldiers of such armies would have sacrificed their lives for the triumph of any cause if they were thinking on an individuated level. This alone just changes the entire context of history that keeps getting brought up by these collectivists and these socialists today, constantly with guilt, with this group did this to that group. And no, you just don't understand the dynamics of individual psychology and crowd psychology or history. So just have a seat. History can only be clearly understood if we bear always in mind that the morale and the conduct of the isolated man are very different to those of the same man when he has become part of a collectivity. Do you see that? The same man can reason differently and end up with entirely different life outcomes should he listen to his own moral conscience, which is a product of his individuated mind, or if he chose to become part of the collectivity, which is the hive mind, he will have a totally different outcome if he partakes in that. The same man. So we're learning there's two settings. Collectivism is a setting of the psyche. Individualism is a setting of the psyche. I'm just hoping it's starting to become more clear now. where the roots of all of this really lie. I've always said it. If we're to take the statement, the kingdom of heaven is within you, we should also thereby, we can logically deduce that so too is the kingdom of hell. And that's a way of describing the condition of your mind, which is going to be in extension the condition of your life, and eventually all the way out to your entire society. It all starts within. That was the teaching the priesthoods lost. They didn't want that to go through. That's why they edited it out and went for the socialism. The collective interests of a race, interests which always imply greater or less forgetfulness of personal interest, are maintained by the crowd. The forgetfulness is maintained by the crowd. Profound altruism, the altruism of acts and not words, is a collective virtue. So there can be, he gave some quarter to collective virtue. Ayn Rand would come in and be like, nope, let's rewind that tape. But it's good to see their differences of opinion here. I'm open-minded to it. He's just differentiating different kinds of altruism, the fake one versus the more authentic one. Okay. Now, if we're going to have a altruism, I personally believe, if we're talking political systems and economic models, it should be to promote charity, meaning a willful act of charity, a willful act of altruistic goodness for your fellow man who's suffering. Will is being applied here. And the resources of your mind being applied to help solve that problem for that person. I believe in that kind of altruism because it's not coerced. It's not forced, which means it's genuine. You can't have genuine charity and care and kumbaya for the world if it's forced. You can only have genuine care and charity in the world if the culture breeds the authentic version of that. I think that's what he's trying to get at here. All work, he says, of general import, demanding for its accomplishment a minimum of egoism and a maximum of blind devotion, self-abnegation, and sacrifice, can scarcely be accomplished but by crowds. Only the crowd can create totalitarianism. It always ends up, the press goes towards the Mao Zedongs and the Walter Applewhites and the Stalins and the Hitlers and the Pol Pots and the, all the rest of them, right? Genghis Khans. They get the press. They get the press because instinctively the crowd wants to go, well, you see, it was that guy that was leaving the tribe that's to blame. It's never the tribe. They don't want to talk about something that I broke down in detail in my Cults of Death and Power series, which is that there's a relationship between the master and the slave. This is what Michael brought to me. And then when I looked at the cults, I went, right. So Jim Jones wasn't just his own creation. Jim Jones was co-created by his audience, by his cultists. All the cult leaders, there's a relationship. There's a lot of guys that start these little movements, and I think some of them come in with the best of intentions, but they're too weak internally because the voice of the crowd is too strong. And then the crowd actually creates that person into the demagogue, into the cult leader. Because deep down, the crowd operating on that low hum is actually running towards the edge of a cliff. This is what the psychologists discovered to their horror. The human being is running towards suicide. And there's only certain ideals and settings that need to be brought to the forefront and can only happen through the process of individuation that stops this animal from running off the cliff by its own action, right? This is what nobody brings in. And so that to me was another profound was to go through that again and be like, wow, what a great thing to point out. All work of general import, demanding for its accomplishment a minimum of egoism, meaning a minimum of individual, and a maximum of the crowd virtues, which are blind devotion, self-abnegation, and sacrifice. they can scarcely be accomplished but by crowds, because no individual working in even a little fraction of his reason would ever go for this shit, ever. Which tells you a lot about the adherents. The adherents to this philosophy have literally shut off the voice of their imperial self, their conscience. They've had to do that in order to be sitting here lecturing everybody else about what ideology they should be espousing, which just so happens to be the ideology of blind devotion, self-abnegation, and sacrifice, which is the tenets of cults. Despite their momentary outbursts of violence, now this is where he gives a little quarter. Despite their momentary outbursts of violence, the masses have always shown themselves ready to suffer all things. The tyrants and fanatics of all ages have never had any difficulty in finding crowds ready to immolate themselves to defend whatever cause. And we've seen, guys, it can literally be any cause. Any cause. To religious and political tyranny, the tyranny of the living and the dead, they have never shown themselves rebellious. To become their master, a man must make himself loved or feared, and by prestige rather than by force. A distinguished thinker, M. Mazel, in his recent work, La Syringe Sociale, remarks of the hecatombs of the terror, massacres, which affected all the classes of society, not excluding the most humble. That, quote, now here we go. This, you want to see the reign of terror of the crowd? Here we go. Nothing is more astonishing than to see the Jacobin staff come and go without danger in a city peopled with the relations or friends of their victims or of their countless future victims. One cannot perceive in the bloody ferocity of the men of the terror on the one, and the submission of the victims on the other hand, those two so contrary qualities of the crowd already mentioned, violence and resignation equally unlimited. The Jacobin crowd believed all things permitted and committed deeds from which an isolated tyrant had recoiled. The victims formed another crowd which proved itself capable of suffering all things, even death. So the crowd mutated. From the malady of the first crowd, it created another one and then just destroyed itself. Last one. Last slide, and I'm just going to leave it here. The socialists imagine that they will easily carry the masses with them. They are wrong. This is the hope, guys, okay? They are wrong. They will very quickly discover that they will find among the masses not their allies, but their most implacable enemies. The crowd may, doubtless, in its anger of a day, shatter furiously the social edifice. But on the morrow, it will acclaim the first come Caesar, of whose plume it shall catch a glimpse, and who shall promise to restore it what it was broken. So the first leader that rises up to say, guys, you made a big mess with your silly collectivism. I'm here to save the day. And that guy might be a tyrant or he might be a good guy. You never know. But the crowd won't care. They'll be like, yeah, we made a horrible mess. We will follow you into Valhalla. Okay. The actual dominating principle of crowds among nations having a long past is not mobility, not fickleness, but fixity. Because we don't like change, really. We're like, let's do the revolution and change it. And we're like, no, I kind of don't. I kind of want Starbucks back. Kind of want internet. I'd love some food. Let's get back. We made a mistake here. Their destructive and revolutionary instincts are ephemeral. Their conservative instincts are of an extreme tenacity. They just don't quite see it yet. Their destructive instincts may, for a moment, suffer the triumph of socialism, right? Because they got these destructive instincts. But once they get out of the system, they go, man, this was a big mistake. But their conservative instincts will not permit of its duration, at least in its present form. In its triumph, as in its fall, the heavy arguments of theorists will play no part. So they won't even listen to the top cheese theorists anymore. The hour is yet to sound when logic and reason shall be called to guide the current of history. And the reason why The hour is yet to sound when logic and reason shall be called to guide the current of history. The reason why he's hoping that it will ultimately succeed against the tides of this, even if there's a lot of ruin in the process of us doing the experiment yet again, he's resting on the fact that the logic and reason of the individuals that make up this crowd will reawaken, and they will recall. They will turn face. They will recant their positions, and they will join the fight for freedom again. And that's the only thing history has ever been able to point to. These analysts and sociologists have ever been able to point to that it's the glimmer of hope that keeps freedom alive. That's the glimmer of hope. Can you believe it? The glimmer of hope rests in the target of the enemy of freedom, the one they raised and groomed and spoon-fed and gave the sweets and the sugar can and all that to them to keep everybody satiated. And they don't realize that a time comes, it always does, and it's coming now, that hand is going to bite their friggin', they're going to bite their hand off. They're going to turn coat, and that's what's going on. Average people are now living more and more in the reality of adopting these ideals and following these social cues that they've been guided into like rats in a maze. They're realizing it. This is what the waking up thing is. This is what the age of revealing is. The age of revealing is not just revealing the Epstein client list or the UFO files. That's all coming with it, but it's actually revealing us to ourselves. That's the prophecy. We will be revealed unto ourselves. And it's works like this that kick it off, that get in a penetrating magnifying glass into your psyche and mind to say, let's look at the angels in there and the devils in there. And when you listen to the devils, they sound like the angels. And when you listen to the angels, they sound like the devils. And this causes great confusion. And then the real devils go, ooh, we can play off this confusion. We can weaponize this crowd consciousness, which operates at a very low IQ and sees no detail and has no reasoning faculty. Well, that just works for us, right? But the hope rests on the fact that the creator or nature or spirit, however you see it, implanted in you also the angels, also the heaven, also the truth, the orientation towards the truth. As much as aspects of your psyche are allergic to the truth, when you realize that it's only fear that's the guardian of that door, when you just deal with your fear, that's why our tradition here in the West was full of heroes. Heroes, not equals and levels. Heroes, people that rose mountains higher than the average Joe to accomplish great things, and then do what? Not lord over them. Inspire them. Inspire them to say, hey, look what you can do as a human when you separate from crowd consciousness. You can truly fly. Freedom can be yours, at least to the best that we can in this physical reality, which comes with laws and consequences. Because you can be free from maybe some government tyranny, but you can't be free from the consequences of reality. And it's like another great Ayn Rand quote, you can evade reality all you want. You're free. You're a conscious being that's free to evade reality, but you're not free to evade the consequences of evading reality. And a lot of people don't realize by that statement, she just proved free will, by the way. Because if you're free to evade reality and suffer the consequences, but then also to be realized that that is not in your best interest and that you can properly individuate and make better decisions that don't bring those consequences and actually bring good things to your life. And instead of sacrificing to the crowd and the government blindly, you sacrifice unto yourself, meaning you hold back some of your envy. You deal with your envy. You deal with your resentment. You deal with your fear, and you become a hero. And now you're immune to it, or at least you've got some better armor on. So I just wanted to share this with you. I know it's really deep. It gets personal. A lot of big intellectual language involved, but I just really wanted to show you guys, like, we just read a guy from the 1800s, and he could have written this yesterday. And isn't that alone fascinating? Because it's all presented like as if this is the first time this movie has ever been played. Like the kids are watching the new Odyssey movie thinking that that is the Odyssey, not realizing that no, the real Odyssey was written like thousands of years ago, right? And there's been other films and there's been other stories, like there's a whole lineage behind it, right? And it's also just encouraging to me that intellectuals of this stature already saw the problem, proposed the solution, and then created an entire philosophical school of study of crowd consciousness, individual psychology, that then produced even greater thinkers later on. And we have a tradition in the West of being able to do that because we gave some room for individuals to breathe and think and write and notice and document and then inspire and be those towering giants that we aspire towards. Not that we tear down because we're envious. That's not our tradition. Our tradition is to seek up and go, hey, look at that hero. Look at that successful businessman. Look at that successful family man. Look at that person that has made himself better and happier and more fulfilled in life. Look at that amazing artist. I wish I could do that. I'm not going to tear him down and burn him in his backyard. I'm going to show a good quarter. I'm going to actually heroize the person and look up and go, teach me the way. I want to find my path. I want to be up there too in my own way. And that's the tradition. And that's what they want to destroy. And now you know why. You know all the ingredients, the ins and outs, the psychology that motivates them. Don't let them deceive you by the costumes they wear and the words that they speak. Study the actions. You're going to smell it right away because you know the formula now. You got the playbook. Especially if you listen to this show in concert with these other shows we've been doing in this series. And also what we've done on Unslaved, that's just going to take you to an even other level. You're not getting hoodwinked anymore. And you'll see the spade for the spade that it is. And the wolf's, the sheep's clothing on the wolf will come off and all's going to see. And we can rely on the boredom of the masses because they get bored. I think that's why this woke DEI shit's going out too. People are just sick of it. They're sick of it. They got bored of COVID language. They got bored of this. So you can rely on humansarebbored.com. And then you can also rely on the fact that most people are just parroting what they think they're supposed to go along with. And the minute the full horror of the reality hits them, whether it hits their bank account first, whether they see all these bills being passed, whether they see what's going on and they hear their kids and the way they're psychologically melting down and they see all these things going on, they're going to be flipping so fast on their masters and their these ideologues that it's going to make their head spin at the top, at the high table. And that, if nothing else, is why nothing can stop what is coming. And freedom is going to win and truth is going to win. There's my prediction. Thanks for joining me, guys. Sorry it went a little long. I have 4 hours, holy smokes, but it needed to be done. I hope it benefited you. Please check me out on Substack. It goes a long way to helping out the show. Go subscribe to Unslaved, greatest podcast on the internet, and definitely go read some of these authors that we mentioned today. And help me share this video out if you found value. And we'll do it again sometime. So much more could be said. So have a good one, guys. Stay up there, stay frosty, and stay free. Cheers.